Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
If people only misbehave towards each other based on skin color, I would have had a very smooth entry to the United States in Bridgeport. When I arrived here, because of my background, the work I did before I came to college, my academic advisor insisted that I should go to the high school, public high schools in Bridgeport to speak and just share with the kids what I have traveled the world as a reporter. And I will tell you, even as a grown man till now, when I think about my experience in those classrooms, I shed tears. Black kids, no white person among them. They call me all kinds of names. They make fun of my accent. They ask me if I've ever slept with a lion. They ask me if I'm a booty scratcher, all kinds of things.
When you use the statement slavery was never based on racism,
yes,
you are referencing countries all over the world.
Yeah, countries or
okay.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
So now, let's come to America and speak in reference to the enslavement of African people in America. Would you still hold that view? Are you still saying that in America, slavery was never based on racism?
Yes. The same thing that spurred it in Africa, the same thing that caused it in Asia, the same thing that caused it in Europe is the same thing that caused it in America. That's all.
What caused it?
Economic needs. The weaker person, you can catch him. The Barbary gang, they were able to catch the Northern Europeans of the Slavics and all these people because they were nearer to them, they can catch them. So whoever is weak for you to keep and use for your economic needs, slavery was purely based on economic needs.
Okay, so in America, are you saying that it was economic needs to choose and exclusively enslave Black people?
Not exclusively enslave Black people.
Again, we talk about the context of the enslavement.
It's not exclusively they chose Black people. White people in Europe, white people.
But we're talking about America.
Yes, Americans got Black people to do the economic needs they want here.
Okay. And Black people were the only people who were enslaved the way they were here in America, right?
Yeah.
So then the enslavement of a people here in America was based on race.
No. Why would it be based on race?
Why would it not be?
This is what self-hate sounds like. This is what defeat sounds like. This is what surrender sounds like. This is what cowardice sounds like. Someone like this belongs in the same category as the people who keep saying, don't call it white supremacy. They ain't supreme over me. Denial is usually the very first response that most people give to a circumstance that they don't feel like they have control over. And while that reaction is natural, the problem is denial doesn't change anything. And if you want a recipe for staying in the same position forever, go ahead and let denial become your mantra. We got Black people trying to do all this magical thinking, pretending as if we're not oppressed. And if we just go ahead and pretend like we're not oppressed, that means that we aren't, right? Is that it? Obviously, the white supremacists are in charge because we damn sure aren't. And the first step to overthrowing white supremacy is to admit to the nature of the threat and to its magnitude. Now, as for this guy who is running his mouth, Brother Tariq has often talked about how there's a lot of smart, dumb Negroes running around, people who think that they're so brilliant, but in reality are plumb dumb. Well, in this guy's case, he's not a smart, dumb Negro. He's just a dumb Negro. This guy has the mentality that we, foundational Black Americans, are the enemy. And don't let his recycling that old pathetic crap about I was called a booty scratcher way back in the day. That talking point is suspect as hell. First of all, that insult hasn't been used since like the 1970s or the 80s at the most. And while this guy is definitely old enough to have heard it, even if you believed him, that was decades ago. And if he's got to reach back 40 plus years to find something to be bitter about before many of you in the sound of my voice were even born, if that's how far back he's got to reach, that means he doesn't have anything. But make no mistake, for tethers like him, if it wasn't some sort of alleged insult that he was pointing to, then it would have been something else. This guy is only in the United States because of our efforts. If anything, he should be overlooking whatever alleged insults somebody might have thrown at him, because what he's received as a result of our efforts and our generosity is far greater. But look what he's saying. Obviously, this guy is saying this garbage because he's trying to suck up to the white powers that be. This guy went through his little litany talking about, well, the Chinese had slavery and the Indians had slavery, et cetera, and the Europeans had it too. Yeah, and in none of those cases did they decide that they were literally going to go all the way to another continent to get their slaves. When the Romans had slavery, they didn't go to Africa for their slaves. They went to Greece, Thracia, things like that. They went up into Northern Europe. They were getting their slaves from what today is called France and Germany and other places. That's where they went. When the Europeans were enslaving each other, they didn't do that by going to Africa. When the Indians were oppressing people like the Dalits, they didn't go to Africa to get their slaves. Nobody did that. The Chinese were not going down to Africa to get their slaves. They enslaved people right where they were. And the same thing goes for the Indians. Same thing goes for the Europeans. It wasn't until you get to the Americas that finally, you know what? The most convenient way to get our slaves is not enslaving the people who are next to us. You know, like this guy was saying, they were just enslaving whoever they could catch. Really? Then why the hell did they get on boats and they decide they would go to Africa? You had one of the popes who said, you are hereby authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel peoples. He didn't say the people closest to you. You had the Europeans sending all of their poor people by the millions. They had millions of dirt poor people that they were sending to what today is called Canada, what today is called Australia, and of course the 13 colonies that would eventually be called the United States. That's what they were doing with their European poor people, the people they could actually catch. They had indentured servitude. Wouldn't that have been the most convenient thing in the world to say, you know what? This indentured servitude, forget about that. You can't work off your debt. You're slaves, and so are your kids henceforth and forevermore. That would have been the most convenient way. That would have been a form of slavery completely consistent with what all other forms of slavery around the world had been up until that time. But this guy, he decides he's going to give an ahistorical view of the world. I'm wondering if maybe he's actually auditioning to become a teacher in Ron DeSantis's Florida. With this level of deliberate, malignant ignorance of history, he would fit right in. The only way that you can try to rationalize chattel slavery in America as being somehow analogous to every other form of slavery that existed around the world is to lie. You have to sit there and invent a history that never existed. This guy sits here and contradicts himself because what he's saying isn't meant to make sense. It's meant to delight racist and anti-Black bigots who hear this, so he hopes he can go ahead and ingratiate himself with them and get in good with them. He sits here in one breath and says, oh, we got these groups. They enslave people who were right in front of them, people from their own groups, their next door neighbors who they were enslaving. And then he looks at Africa and goes, well, that's just who they could catch. Yeah, because it was far more convenient to get on boats and literally sail weeks and weeks to get to Africa to get slaves, as opposed to all of these poor white people who were literally right in front of them, who they already had as indentured servants. All they had to do was simply do what the Romans did when they enslaved the British, just simply issue an edict saying, hey, all of you poor Scots and all you poor Irish potato farmers and you poor Welshmen, you guys are going to be enslaved henceforth and forevermore. Wouldn't that have been the easiest way to do it? Because they already had them in hand. They were shipping these people out, exporting them to the four corners of the globe. They already had them. They already caught them. And then let them go and said, to hell with this. We're going to go ahead and get these Black people instead. We're going to get on boats, sail for weeks and weeks to places we aren't even sure where the hell we're going, where the people don't speak the language, we have nothing in common with them at all. And then we're going to go ahead and hunt these people down, slap them in chains, put them on boats, and then we're going to sail them 90 freaking days. We could just do this with people in Europe, but it's much more convenient to go through all this instead. This is the least efficient way to do it. This is the hardest way to get your slaves. You don't do this because it's efficient. You do this because you have this pathetic idea of white supremacy that you're trying to enshrine by setting up a racial hierarchy. That's the reason why you do it. It becomes an end unto itself, not merely a means to an end. It becomes an end unto itself. Enslaving Black people has value because you're trying to set up the idea that white people don't get treated like this. You're trying to give some sort of phony inherent value to whiteness. And on the other side, you're trying to give an inherent phony unworthiness and inferiority to being Black. That's why you do it. See, when you've committed the biggest crime in human history, in order to try to whitewash it, you got to lie and lie huge. In fact, you got to tell the biggest lies that have ever been told.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop it right there. A little bit of a historical point there. In the Virginia colony, Jamestown, 1607, right around between 1607, and we're not going to even talk about the winter of 1609 and 1610, kind of a separate topic, but there's a little bit of truth in every lie. It is true that slavery in the United States specifically was an economic system. Well, it was basically an economic, it was their way of coping with labor shortages in the Jamestown colony specifically. The first 19 or so Africans were indentured servants. The reason slavery came about, and the first slave codes that I can think of were right around 1661, 62, 63, right in there in Maryland and Virginia. Yes, labor shortages. However, the English in Jamestown tried to enslave Indians. The problem with the native, people in America is that they knew the land way better than the English did. So either they could move their tribes around so they couldn't be found, or if, the ones that the Indians that were enslaved, if they escaped, they were gone. They just knew the land so much better that, trying to hunt down an escaped slave was just impossible. There have been thoughts very early in American history of enslaving white people, like up in the hills. Once the Scots-Irish, got ensconced up in the Appalachians and the Alleghenies, you know what? Those people had guns, and it would have just been too hard to actually enslave them. Plus, if a white indentured servant escaped, and they often did, they could go somewhere else and just kind of blend into the crowd. So, finding someone who looks, phenotypically similar to, everybody else, it's pretty tough. There were indentured slaves that would, escape so many times or commit a crime or something like that, and they would be indentured for life. African slaves were phenotypically distinct. That was one of the reasons that they made better slaves, to use a horrible term. So basically, enslavement, justifying enslavement of African people actually came after the fact. You have to justify a reason that these people should be slaves. And, then it became religious, then it became social and political. These people are nothing but slaves. So, the African guy, though, we can go right into Thomas Sowell. That video actually reminded me of Thomas Sowell. Basically universalizing slavery. One of the things that the far right does is it says, oh, well, slavery in America was bad, but everybody had it. And the difference is they just kind of discount. Well, the difference in America is it was racial. It was legalized based on race. And chattel slavery. Americans bred slaves at some point. Up in Virginia, there was literally eventually after 1808, when the African slave trade was banned by by the Constitution. By the way, Virginians made a lot of money breeding slaves and then shipping them south and then eventually west after the Louisiana Purchase. So that's the difference. Almost nobody else bred slaves. We will take this, big strapping butt, and we will take this, negress, we'll mate them forcibly, and then take their children and enslave them. It was almost like, well, chattel breeding animals, farm animals. So the devil is in the details. Many people on the far right just basically want to ignore that fact. And that's why they catch a lot of shit, basically. They just don't face reality that America, North America, the United States in particular, the Caribbean as well, they were expert at their slavery. So, similar but not the same. Brazil was another place where slavery was just brutal, chattel slavery, etc. So that little African guy is just basically denying reality. And notice that a lot of Africans that are kind of in this John Gall orbit want to draw that distinct line, even when they come over to the United States. They want to distinguish themselves by saying, oh, hey, well, our ancestors were never slaves. And that's a whole nother show as well. But speaking of Thomas Sowell, I thought I would play this video. This is, I'm not even sure when this video was made. Has to have been, let's see, where does it say? It doesn't say when this video was made, but it's obviously old. But let's go ahead and see what Mr. Sowell has to say. Why blacks are so much have so much today, but are still poor. And again, it's old. I don't know exactly when the year, but never seen it before, so I figured we would watch it together.
Source of conflict in the world, sometimes, as we've mentioned, drawn along racial or ethnic lines, is poverty. What are the true causes of poverty, as you have been able to discern them in your study of the world in a comparative way?
I'm afraid that I haven't even looked for the causes of poverty. I regard poverty as just simply the absence of.
Yeah, I was noticing 12 Man's comment. My answer to that is, so the fuck what? Blacks own blacks, not anywhere near the scale that whites own blacks. And even if blacks owned slaves, and they did, the system was set up by the English specifically. So it is absolutely just, so what if blacks own blacks? I don't see what point. And they still do in the Middle East. Well, I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about American slavery specifically. And again, far right people, the people on the far right just want to do everything they can to justify slavery. Instead of just facing the truth, it was legal but wrong. If it was right, there would still be slavery in the United States. So, make all the excuses you want, 12th man, doesn't work with me. This is why people like Ron DeSantis don't want American history taught the way it should be taught, because questions like this come up and people basically reveal their ignorance of American history. And just, you know what? I'll just say it's outright, there's some ethics and morality problems if you want to say, but blacks own blacks. So what? The system wasn't set up by blacks. So let's get back to Dr. Soul.
Is wealth. So what I look for are the things that cause wealth to occur. I don't believe that there's any particular reason why everyone in the world would in fact have the same wealth. There are certain peculiar
Okay, and the truth is, yes, and it wasn't just rich people who owned slaves, 12th man, and it was enshrined in law. That is the big deal. Rich people owning slaves doesn't justify it. Once again, fail. You'll fail that history test.
Circumstances that have arisen in a few countries on the face of the earth, and only relatively recently in human history, that has made the kind of affluence that exists in the United States or Western Europe or Japan commonplace in these countries. So what I'm interested in is what peculiar set of circumstances have caused that to come about. I don't have an answer to that, but I think that people ought to be asking that question and not the question of poverty. Everyone is born poor and ignorant. To the extent that people become different, we have to find out what are the things that enable them to become different, and how can those opportunities be more widely generalized.
Well, you have written that in order to be a partisan of the poor, you must at first be a partisan of the truth. What then do you think gets close to being at the truth of the sources of wealth generation? What creates wealth?
Oh, skills, traits of human beings of one sort or another, discipline,
generational, it's passed
entrepreneurship. Again, there's not the slightest reason to expect these various factors, and there are many, many others, obviously, are ever going to be randomly distributed. Every single group has its own history. It has its own geographic setting in which it developed, and so on. It would be an absolute miracle if all these factors were the same across groups. And nowhere in the world do we find them even approximately the same. The difference in income between blacks and whites in the United States, for example, is very commonplace around the world. It's about the same as the difference between Sephardic and Ashkenazic Jews in Israel.
Who's justifying slavery but you, 12th man, when you say black slavery by blacks? Apparently you know what, I have to meet you where you are, 12th man, and just accept your limitations. Nobody's justifying slavery, and you saying black slavery by blacks. If a black owned a slave in the United States, that's not black slavery. It was justified by law, and black people didn't write the law. Do better, 12th man. And if you want, I can recommend books. Maybe we can educate you.
It's smaller than the difference between Chinese and Malays in Malaysia. It's much smaller than the difference between East Indians in Africa in East Africa. And you could go on and on down through history and around the world. Nowhere do I find this even distribution of income or the even distribution of people in occupations or in institutions that people talk about as sort of a norm that would exist if there were no institutional discrimination.
Well, you seem to trace wealth generation or the absence of it, namely poverty, to a kind of human capital that groups carry around with them. Mm-hmm. Is this human capital inherited, or is it acquired?
Oh, acquired, because at different periods of history, you'll find one racial group centuries ahead of another, and then 1,000 years later, it'll be the other way around. The Jews and the Egyptians would be a classic example, that the Jews were held as slaves at the times of the pharaohs. Clearly today, Israel is far more advanced than Egypt. You can find many other kinds of reversals of that sort if you look in history. Just within the European community, Britain was very easily conquered by a relatively small force of Romans in the days of the Roman Empire. Clearly, England has been ahead of Italy now for centuries by a vast amount.
Well, what seems to be critical in the equation, in the human capital equation, and in the acquisition of human capital? Is it education?
Sometimes education can make a contribution. I think that's greatly overrated in most cases, and particularly as it relates to underdeveloped countries and to some extent to groups that are just emerging from poverty in a given country. That is, if you have merely formal education, what you may create is an expectation of an enormous economic advantage, of an enormous entitlement to power and privilege and so on, which can be negative in its impact, in the sense that there are people in places like India or Indonesia, Malaysia, who have acquired a certain low level of education. But because that education is so rare in their country, they will no longer accept many kinds of jobs that require them to work with their hands. And that would include even engineers, you see, who want to sit behind the desk and look at the blueprints, but don't want to stand out there and hip boots in the muck, supervising the construction of the building. So that when you have those kinds of attitudes and you're simply creating a sense of entitlement without a corresponding set of skills to generate the wealth to pay it off, then that may be a negative factor in the country's growth.
Well, you link wealth creation to the acquisition of skills and the employment of skills in a disciplined way, and also in a frugal way in terms of lifestyles. But others would attribute the generation of poverty, the obverse of wealth, to colonialism, imperialism, exploitation, economic exploitation. How do you handle those arguments?
Well, insofar as those arguments are meant seriously, you can simply look at evidence. Insofar as they're purely political arguments, they're saying what people want to hear. Obviously, there are people who would much rather hear that than to hear the other, because if you think that's the problem, then there's not only a quicker solution, but there's a more emotionally and morally satisfying solution. Namely, you fight against the exploiters and so on. If you look at the third world, for example, those parts of the third world where the imperialist powers have come in have typically been the more advanced parts of it. They've been the most prosperous ones. Even if they weren't prosperous before they got there, they became the more prosperous parts. Those parts of the third world that the imperialists have never touched are, almost without exception, the very poorest places on this earth.
So you don't find any explanation for poverty and colonialism, the reverse perhaps?
Oh, absolutely. That when the Romans, for example, invaded the British Isles, they conquered the southern part of Britain, but they never conquered Scotland. And for centuries thereafter, perhaps for 1,000 years thereafter, Scotland was far behind England in economic and cultural development, because England had the advantage of tying into the whole Roman civilization.
Now, it's really interesting how he is basically justifying colonialism as a good thing. Yeah, from an economics perspective, a Western economic perspective, yeah, colonialism was good. You know what? These people would have been just fine had they not been colonized. What the hell did they do 1,000 years before they were colonized? These sorts of arguments are just so Eurocentric. I don't even bother, giving it serious thought. This is not a serious argument that Thomas Sowell is presenting here.
And everything that it had created, to some extent, percolated down through the British. That doesn't mean the British were happy with the Romans being there. 1,000 years later, Churchill could say, we owe London to Rome. But that's 1,000 years later, and Churchill didn't have to go through what those people went through. So
and Brian Nichols, again, they were fine before Portugal arrived.
Because the Romans came.
And Scotland in the 15th century, they would still be fine had they not been colonized.
England then could spread into Scotland as well.
Well, does this suggest then that in addressing poverty in today's world, there ought to be a latter-day reincarnation of imperialism or colonialism in some form?
No, because I think politically it's impossible. I hear from the perverse parts of some independent nations, they say that they were better off under colonialism and so on. That isn't in the cards. The people who are in the imperialist nations don't want to take on that.
But some would say that there is the functional equivalent of that in the operation of the multinational corporation today. Do you see that, the operation of the multinational corporation, as help or hindrance to the generation of wealth in developing countries?
Well, in those countries, the multinational corporations very often not only pay more money than the local industry pays, but it brings in skills that don't exist and creates industries that never were there before. To that extent, I think they are a source of the transmission of international human capital. To that extent, yes.
Let me quote to you again, Wealth, Poverty, and Politics, quote, "Without the cultural prerequisites for developing natural resources into real wealth, the raw physical resources themselves are of little or no value," close quote. Tell us what you mean by cultural prerequisites.
Partly, that would be simply the knowledge of how to use things. As I mentioned in the book, the main difference between us and the caveman is simply human capital. Don't forget, the caveman had all the natural resources we have today, and he had them in greater abundance because none of them had ever been used up. But he didn't have the knowledge that it would take to turn those to his own purposes.
We just know more.
Yeah.
We just know more. Now, you note a certain productive capacity that certain cultural groups demonstrate. And you can see them because they demonstrate the same, let's call it industriousness, as they disperse to different parts of the world.
Yes.
Germans, Chinese, Lebanese, Jews, Indians, quote, "The productivity is a matter of culture. That productivity is a matter of culture is shown by how many groups have arrived in various countries far poorer than the existing population and have nevertheless risen above the economic level of those who were there before them," close quote. Let's just choose, you name a lot of groups. It's a big book. Let me just toss one at you and see how you do. The overseas Chinese.
Oh my goodness, the overseas Chinese settled largely in Southeast Asia. Many of them came there with little more than the clothes on their backs. There was one Chinese millionaire in one of the countries who had in the foyer to his mansion this stick with a little cloth thing tied to it, because he walked into this place with that stick, all his belongings, and this little cloth thing tied to his stick over his shoulder, and he took off from there.
All right. The Jews.
Oh my heavens, that's been in so many places. My gosh, the Lower East Side of New York, one of the most terrible places when the Jews landed. The poverty and squalor is just unbelievable. In fact, even as late as the late 1940s, when I went to school on the Lower East Side, I'd always heard that all Jews were rich. And when I saw the Lower East Side, I said, why are these rich people living like this? The buildings on the Lower East Side were older and in worse conditions than the buildings in Harlem where I lived.
And they don't live there anymore.
No.
Those neighborhoods have turned over?
Yes. And it went by generation. The generation that was there first, even when they rose up to where they could have moved, they didn't, because many of them were not fluent in English and so on. And so you could live on the Lower East Side knowing only Yiddish. Right. And find doctors, lawyers, anything you wanted, going to stores and so forth. And if you moved up to upscale places like Harlem, which was once Jewish, or to the Bronx, which at another time which became Jewish, you would lose that. The more acculturated people, the next generation who spoke English and were more familiar with American society, they lived in those kinds of places.
Got it. So why is it that in many instances that you detail, you get a subgroup, the Chinese move to Fiji. And why is it then that so often we see the pattern that the indigenous, the people who were there first, fail to get with the program? And to the contrary, not only do they not get with the program, learning the skills of productivity, they tend again and again and again to persecute the groups that came with nothing but achieve a certain level of affluence. So we have the Jews, that's an old story, ancient story, the persecution of the Jews. But you also show it with the overseas Chinese in Malaysia, with Indians in East Africa, and on it goes. What's going on there?
Well, for one thing, there's no particular reason to have expected the indigenous people to have acquired the same skills that the people who came there had. And worse yet, the leaders of these groups are very quick to blame the fact that they are lagging on the other groups who are more advanced. One of the phrases that you often hear that this group took over this whole industry. And in many cases, there was no such industry until they came there and built it.
Right.
They did not take it over.
Right.
One other interesting thing, there are 2 or 3 websites out there that are kind of dedicated to Thomas Sowell clips. It is very interesting how they take these old clips and try and cut them up and jam them into what's happening currently. You can see here this Abrego Garcia. Is it Kilmar? Abrego Garcia. For some reason or another, this video here. You know what? Let's go ahead and play it. He's got me curious now.
What about crime?
This is Thomas Sowell explains the truth behind high crime rate, I guess, in Democratic cities. So let's see how this goes. He doesn't explain high crime rates in Republican cities or Republican states.
Crime is an issue. Can we solve the crime issue or fundamentally solve it so it's reduced?
Well, then that's a trade-off. You don't solve it. There will always be crime. There always has been, but you want to keep it down to some level. It's not this astronomical thing we have today. For example, the liberals right now are saying, crime has eased off in New York, and that's true. There were 6 times as much crime in New York a few years ago as there was in 1960. Now it's down to 5 times as much crime as there was in 1960. Now that's not what I regard as a great trend, unless it continues a lot more sharply.
Well, liberals think we need more education and we need to help people in the inner city more to cut down crime there. Conservatives would say we have to be tougher on crime. Is either of them correct?
I no. You see, the conservative view is really not a solution. It's a trade-off. It says, yes, it would be wonderful if we could do all these things to prevent crime in the first place. We just don't happen to be that smart. And so what we do, we put people behind bars who commit violent crimes. Now, a few years ago in East Palo Alto, which is not far from Stanford University, a minority community, low income, they had the doubtful distinction of being the murder capital of the United States in proportion to their population. The next year, murder and all sorts of other violent crimes dropped tremendous amount, 30, 40, 50% in 1 year. Now, that wasn't because they discovered the root causes of crime or because they worked out everything that was wonderful. They launched a campaign that put a lot of the bad guys behind bars. And when they were behind bars, they didn't commit as many crimes.
Makes sense to me.
And the thing is that this even in a high crime area, the great majority of the people are not criminals.
Oakland, California continues to suffer the high crime rate, and especially the high murder rate, which has long afflicted that city. Judging by a recent speech by its current mayor, longtime leftist Ron Dellums, it can look forward to a future all too much like its past. Why is Oakland so crime-ridden? According to Mayor Dellums, we have closed our eyes to the injustices and inequities, and now we are reaping the wild winds of that disregard for a whole range of people. This is the root causes of crime rhetoric of the 1960s, still going strong on the left today, despite mountains of evidence to the contrary that have accumulated in the decades since then. That is what makes Oakland's problem more than just Oakland's problem, or even America's problem. The same kind of thinking prevails on the left in other countries, producing the same kinds of dire results. As British writer Peter Hitchens put it, England is rapidly becoming a place where the good are afraid of the bad, and the bad are not afraid of anything. He also said, the sheer concrete-headed stupidity of most political statements about crime defies belief. Both statements would apply as much in Oakland as they do in London, and in many other places in between. A newspaper account of Oakland Mayor Ron Dellums' speech said that he was clearly comfortable with what he was conveying and speaking without notes. Why should he be uncomfortable or need notes to be repeating the same politically correct notions that the entire left, here and overseas, has been repeating like a mantra for nearly half a century? Would you need notes to recite the alphabet? The idea that injustices and inequities explain crime goes back more than 2 centuries. You can find it in William Godwin's 1793 book, Enquiry Concerning Political Justice, in England, and even earlier in a number of writers in France. It is the hallmark of the left around the world. While such ideas have been around for centuries, they did not become the dominant ideas among those making legal and political policy until the second half of the 20th century, more specifically, the 1960s in the United States. What was crime like in 1960, before these ideas took over in our courts and in the legislative and executive branches of government? As of
You know, I'm going to actually make a point. I think that causes of crime are myriad. The law isn't a cause of crime, or the lack of law isn't a cause of crime. Okay, laws are there to either prevent, which I'm not sure you can actually prevent someone who wants to commit a crime, and punish crime. People just don't stop to, actually think. I make a point to talk about parenting. Criminals start somewhere, and there are people who are just going to commit crime no matter what. Doesn't matter whether they have good home training, just does not matter. Some people are just gonna commit crime. However, a lot of how you are taught right from wrong and how it's enforced at home naturally kind of trains a child for life. I mean, what childhood is preparation to be an adult, is horrible as that might be. So, this law and punishment and crime and punishment, those are that's how we deal with crime after the fact. And we try, I think it is not that cut and dried that laws can prevent crime. Having police in an area, yeah, that'll delay crime. But I think if a person's going to commit a crime, they're going to commit a crime if they're determined to do it. So this law and order argument, it's not as complete a solution as the far right would pretend it is.
1960, the murder rate had been going down for decades among blacks and whites alike, and was just under half of what it had been back in 1934. Were there no injustices and inequities in 1960 and in the prior decades? No one who is old enough to remember those times could believe that. It was precisely the rise to power in the 1960s, in the courts as well as in politics, of those who believed that injustices and inequities were the causes of crime, which marked a de-emphasis on law enforcement and imprisonment, and marked one of the most dramatic increases in crime in our history.
Prison. You know what? That argument, we have more prisons now, I'm sure, than we had in 1960, and the crime is still bad. Completely dumb argument. Really. I think we tend to, again, we look at crime after the fact. Preventing crime, in my opinion, is after the fact. We don't look at the root causes, and there's probably so many root causes that, one side or the other probably gets it kind of right. But the bottom line is that when we sit down and we talk crime and punishment, this is ex facto, or whatever. It's after the fact that we talk about crime back then and now. So we'll move on from this because Thomas Sowell, the other thing he is repetitive. So anyway, I got to having a look at Quora. and this was kind of random that I found it, but this pretty much sums up Thomas Sowell. And again, I have respect for Thomas Sowell, but I don't think he's a quote great thinker. He thinks about a lot of stuff, but comes up with some wacky conclusions sometimes, and they're always very slanted, politically. But anyway, this is another economist kind of synopsizing whatever of what he thinks about Thomas Sowell, and I'll take some parts of this. It talks about Dr. Sowell doing his studies at University of Chicago, which is a top tier institution, especially in economics. He is now 90 years old and has a long history of journal publications and books. He's often noted as a rare example of a black right libertarian, which I think is a shame. Evaluate the man's scholarship, not his race, which he's not done much scholarly work in economics. The real rub of the matter is that for a fairly long time now, Dr. Sowell has been less an economist and more of a communicator of economics. There's nothing wrong with this path. It's similar to what Dr. Stephen Hawking did by transforming from physics to scientific communication. Much of the respect and ire that Dr. Sowell draws stems not from his academic scholarship, which there's not much, but rather from his political communication and ideology. People love or hate him for his political views, and the vast majority of said people have never read any of his work. I have. Not much of it, by the way. They almost certainly have never read his academic work. So there are almost two separate Thomas Sowells to discuss, the economist and the political ideologue. I caution you to evaluate the academic as an academic and the commentator as a commentator. There are valid critiques of both, but far too often, said critiques are blended into a general smear by his detractors. If you want to talk about Dr. Sowell, take the time to read his work rather than spouting whatever side of the ideological debate floats in your fancy moray. So that's an economist talking about Dr. Sowell, and I tend to agree with that. You either love or hate Thomas Sowell. I have some critiques of him and have for years. However, you got to give him his due. He is accomplished. And one of the critiques I have is he, apparently, well, I won't get into all that. It would take too long. So the next thing, and this is, we watched that last interview with Peter Robinson that Sowell did. It was, what was it? April 1st was the date of the interview. I encourage y'all to watch it. It's a good interview. But they mention this website that Thomas Sowell, I'm sure he didn't write the website or put it together, but somebody went in. This website is called TS Free Mind, for Thomas Sowell Free Mind. I'll drop the link in case. Looks like we have a lot of fans of Thomas Sowell out there. This is a website that I'm dropping into the chats. Sorry, I can't talk and type at the same time. Going over, basically it's kind of like summarizing his works, and then they group it off by topic. And I haven't really had a chance to look into it, so I figured I'd take a few minutes to do it now. So let's see, Thomas Sowell website. There you go. And let me drop it into the other chat. Oops. All right. So that's that. And let's see. Basically, facts against rhetoric, purpose and urgency. Let's see what the purpose is. It says here, purpose of the website. In many of our most prestigious educational institutions, you can go literally from kindergarten to the PhD without ever encountering an argument that differs fundamentally from whatever beliefs are being indoctrinated in these institutions. I slightly disagree with that. If you the whole purpose, in my opinion, of of college, especially in education in general, is to satisfy that curiosity that many people have about learning stuff. Um, Now I'm older, but anytime I, I'm I read more right-wing publications, newspapers, and just general YouTube videos than I consume from the left. Maybe not much more, but I'm always curious, especially with politics and culture. I'm always curious to know what the other side is thinking. And occasionally I'll agree and maybe modify some of my thinking. So um I think that if you go to somewhere like Harvard, there are plenty conservatives, conservative professors. Now, maybe they're not teaching in the subject you're studying, but you know what? They're libraries. Um, Expecting professors to be um, even-handed, I think, is a little much. You don't get a PhD in something without believing in what you're doing, and it is human nature to believe in what you believe in. And not very many people are that open-minded, because an open mind there's a thin line between an open mind and someone who doesn't have any beliefs at all, any core beliefs. Okay, your mind can be so open that you don't have your own opinions. And I think that is a danger as well. And I'm also going to say that, the right in general, and the left too, for that matter, I think America as a whole is anti-intellectual, anti-academic, and anti actually hard work in learning stuff. And I think that is a truer statement of the K through 12 education, and these days some colleges. I remember when I went to the University of Georgia, one of the critiques, um, I don't know what one of those. There's magazines, U.S. News and World Report, one of those magazines yearly does kind of like college rankings. And the curious thing about um, the University of Georgia, the comment was, you can get a really good education there if you want it. Okay, your choice. I mean, you can party your way through 4 years at the University of Georgia, especially. It's a football school. Or you can actually buckle down and get a pretty solid education. In my day, the law school is pretty decent. There's the Dean Rusk Center. I think it's like international studies. Their biosciences, when I was there, especially biochemistry, was pretty world renowned. So sometimes college is what you make of it, and I think that's less a reflection on the college um, than the student. If a student wants a good education, they'll get it. You can't. Everything you learn shouldn't just be from your professors. There should be some autodidactism involved in that education. So anyway, we'll finish this up, and I'm about to move on from Thomas Sowell. I hadn't intended on even talking, Thomas Sowell, but after that first video, kind of got more curious. So it says here, on many college campuses, it has become common for invited speakers with viewpoints different from the viewpoints of the campus indoctrinators That's provocative. To be prevented from speaking by mob disruptions and threats. So essentially, this website is they mentioned Hillsdale College, which is um, they've got an interesting history. And by the way, there are plenty of conservative colleges. Hillsdale's one, Liberty. I don't know if Bob Jones University is still around, but they're Regent University out in the Upper Peninsula uh, of Virginia. Plenty of, if you want all conservative all the time, there are colleges out there. And I think the really sore point for the far right is that there are really no elite universities that are, you know, that lean conservative. And I think Trump is trying to force that hand. He's doing a little bit of socio-political engineering with what he's doing with Harvard and the other elite universities. So there's that. But this does not fool, at least me. There's a real anti-academic, there's a real there's a bias against people going and getting deep knowledge of subjects. And that's, in my opinion, shared by both the left and the right. It's really an American culture thing. So we can move on from there because I'll just go off on long diatribes. 12th man earlier interested. He said he was interested in the history of hot tamales. The candy, apparently it's been around since the 50s, introduced in 1950. They were developed by Bob Bourne and Sam Bourne. Just Born is the name of the candy company. By the way, Just Born is still around. I know them. I actually occasionally buy jelly beans from Just Born. So anyway, hot tamales, 3 Alarm. That's a new brand where they mix hot, super hot, and what is it? Hot, hotter, and super hot. But anyway, you know, these hot tamale things have been around for quite some time. And I named the show Hot Tamale History after a comment that our friend Wicked said a few days ago. I can't even remember what the comment was, but it made me laugh. And you know, came up with hey, you're slinging some hot tamale history there, mostly wrong. So there we go. And then the other interesting thing, there was NASA had this thing where there's an asteroid shower. But I'm sorry, a meteor shower at some point. But this is a live asteroid watch near Earth. And this is basically an asteroid tracker. You can barely see them, but occasionally you'll see a meteor kind of slinging or kind of streaking through here. But this is, excuse me, this is this is basically a website, a NASA website that, you know, they kind of show you what how they're tracking these asteroids. And didn't know it existed. It just kind of wandered into my algorithm. So let's go back and see it live. So if anybody wants this, just let me know. It is kind of boring, but there is music in the background to liven it up a bit. So there is that. So let's go ahead and get into some news here. And this will probably not be a long show. The one I did yesterday was slightly over 4 hours, which felt about right. So we'll see if we can keep it about there. And I noticed there is a morning roast coming up at midday. I guess it'll be an afternoon roast. So stay tuned to that. Actually, I don't want to do this story just yet. How did that get there? Give me one sec here. All right. So the biggest news I had from yesterday was the Liberals in Canada won. I fully expected that Conservative candidate to win, but basically the Liberals are back in power again, and it's pretty much all thanks to President Trump.
This news story was written by Amanda Coletta. In stunning comeback, Carney's Liberals win Canada's federal election. Ottawa. Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberals were set to win a federal election Monday, the Canadian Broadcasting Corps. Projected in an extraordinary comeback that was fueled in part by President Donald Trump's tariff policies and attacks on Canada. Just months ago, Carney's party was headed for a potentially historic drubbing. It was not yet clear whether the Liberals would lead a minority or majority government as votes continued to be counted. In a minority government, the ruling party must rely on the support of opposition parties to stay in power and pass its agenda. This is the fourth consecutive Liberal government since 2015. On Tuesday morning, Carney's main opponent, sharp-tongued populist Pierre Poilievre, was projected by CBC to lose his seat in Carleton, Ontario, to the Liberal candidate. Still, his Conservative Party was projected Tuesday morning to pick up more seats than it did during the last federal election in 2021. Amid the U.S. president's trade war and threats to annex its northern neighbor, voters flocked to Carney, a political novice who led the Bank of Canada during the global financial crisis and the Bank of England during Brexit. He pitched himself as a steady hand at a destabilizing time. My message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home, he said early Tuesday at a victory event in Ottawa. The vote, considered by many here to be the most consequential election of their lifetimes, was bookended by Trump's menaces. During the first week of the campaign, he announced tariffs on automobile imports, prompting Canadian retaliation. On Monday morning, in a social media post, Trump wished good luck to Canadians and repeated his threat to make their country the 51st state. As I've been warning for months, Carney said in his address, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. These are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so America can own us. With 94% of polls reporting early Tuesday, the Liberals won or were leading in 165 seats, short of the 172 needed for a majority. The Conservatives trailed with 147 seats. In Canada's multi-party parliamentary system, results showed that the contest was dominated by two parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives. Each was projected to win more than 40% of the popular vote, the first time that has happened since 1930. The smaller left-of-center parties saw their support plummet significantly. The projected result represented a remarkable reversal in fortunes for the Liberals, who were all but written off when Justin Trudeau resigned as Prime Minister in early January. They had trailed the Conservatives for more than a year. Poilievre was cruising to one of the largest majority governments in Canada's history. But Trudeau's exit, Carney's elevation as his replacement, and Trump's return to office flipped the script. By the time Carney called a snap election in March, the Conservatives had blown a 20-plus point lead. Poilievre, who built his edge on the premise that Canada was broken thanks to Trudeau, struggled after his main foe was out of the picture, and Trump-induced Canadian patriotism surged. The swift shift in public opinion, analysts said, was seismic. To say it's unprecedented is not only an understatement, said Lori Williams, a political scientist at Mount Royal University. It underplays the magnitude of the shift. The outcome could raise questions about Poilievre's leadership and the future of the Conservatives, who have lost 4 consecutive elections. Its leaders have struggled to unite the party's factions and to expand the base. Before the vote, recriminations from prominent conservatives about Poilievre's campaign had spilled into public view. Poilievre early Tuesday thanked his supporters and said that change takes time. He congratulated Carney and pledged to work with him on countering Trump's tariffs and other irresponsible threats. Jagmeet Singh said Tuesday morning that he would step down as leader of the left-leaning New Democratic Party, which won only a handful of seats and was projected to lose official party status in Parliament. Singh was projected to lose his seat. The challenges facing the Prime Minister are significant. Canada, which sends nearly 80% of its exports to the United States, has been a repeated target of Trump's tariffs. The Bank of Canada said this month that a prolonged global trade war could tip the economy into a recession. Already, the levies and broader trade uncertainty are weighing on business and consumer confidence here. The country's economy has long been stagnating. Grocery costs are straining budgets. For younger Canadians, the prospect of homeownership feels increasingly out of reach. There are also regional divisions, particularly over natural resource development, that could complicate efforts to make the country more resilient in the face of Trump's threats. Analysts said that the campaign was dominated by dueling, but also interlinked ballot questions. Who could best stand up to Trump and manage the fallout of a rupture in U.S.-Canada ties, and who could best deliver change? Voters, they said, focused less on policy and more on the leadership styles of the front-runners. Carney, 60, a former Goldman Sachs banker who has been prime minister for less than 2 months, pitched himself as the candidate best able to steer Canada through Trump's tumult. He had some stumbles during his first foray into elected politics, but voters were willing to stomach them, judging the president's threats a bigger issue and Carney's bland competence an antidote to Trump's chaos. I have managed crises before, Carney said at a campaign rally on the weekend. This is a time for experience, not experiments. Carney has said that he will seek a new trade and security relationship with the U.S. He backs targeted retaliatory tariffs and has said Canada will meet its NATO defense spending commitments by 2030 at the latest. While certain sectors of the economy will remain integrated with the U.S., he has pledged to diversify Canada's trading relationships with reliable partners. Canada's old relationship with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over, Carney declared last month. To voters hungry for change, he presented himself as the antidote to Trudeau. On his first day as Prime Minister, he moved to slough off the political baggage of his predecessor by canceling Trudeau's controversial consumer carbon tax. Poilievre, 45, a career politician and brash attack dog, had long hammered Trudeau over his economic record, pointing to the carbon tax as one reason life was more unaffordable. But once the Prime Minister and his carbon levy were out of the picture, he struggled to pivot off his "axe the tax" message in a contest that was no longer a referendum on the former Prime Minister. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau, Carney told Poilievre in a leaders' debate this month. Justin Trudeau isn't here. The Conservative leader sought to cast Carney as an out-of-touch elitist who was just like Justin. He charged that electing a Liberal government under Carney would continue many of Trudeau's policies, and that he was the only leader who truly represented change. He pledged to cut taxes and red tape, to get tough on crime and to build pipelines. We cannot afford a fourth Liberal term, Poilievre said at a campaign rally last weekend. We need a change. Poilievre also appeared flat-footed in the face of Trump's broadsides, in part because some of his base supports the president. Some in his party had called for him to shift his campaign's focus to Trump. He blamed a lost liberal decade for leaving Canada.
Because it's getting a little long, but I want to play this video. This ought to be interesting.
a stand up for Canada with me. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations.
Anybody got any thoughts on that? Sounds like Canada's not going to be so friendly anymore. Thanks, President Trump. This is something that didn't have to happen. And even if there were some problems with trade imbalances or whatever, the free trade, that was so popular decades ago is all of a sudden out of favor. Trump could do better. There's really no reason to be as thuggish as Trump has been. So we'll play a little bit of this. It's fairly short. Canada rejects statehood, which I thought was pretty funny.
Canada rejects statehood. This article is by Serge Schmemann and read by an automated voice. The first reaction to the results of the Canadian elections around the world, including in Canada itself, was that the Canadians had defeated Donald Trump. It was hard to see it otherwise. Even President Trump acknowledged that his tariff threats, insults, and talk of annexing Canada had upended a race that only weeks earlier looked to oust the Liberals from power over dissatisfaction with the economy. Until I came along, remember that the Conservative was leading by 25 points, Trump told The Atlantic in an interview conducted last Thursday and published Monday, seemingly more proud about than disturbed by what he had wrought. Then I was disliked by enough of the Canadians that I've thrown the election into a close call, right? Right. Prime Minister Mark Carney, a respected economist thrust into the political forefront by fury at Trump, declared victory early Tuesday, though his Liberal Party looked to end up short of a majority in Parliament. As in any elections, there were many nuances to be sorted out. The Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, lost his seat. The left-wing New Democratic Party and the Quebec nationalist Bloc Québécois took drubbings. Carney faced a host of tough choices, including how to deal with Trump. But these were largely drowned out in the moment by the Trump factor. The Canadian elections are likely to soon fade from American headlines, given the relentless shock and awe generated by the Trump administration. The impact north of the border, however, may be indelible. Anyone following the NHL playoff series between the Montreal Canadiens and Washington Capitals surely noted the announcement before the last two games in Montreal. Despite recent events, we ask that, in the spirit of this great game which unites everyone, that you kindly respect the U.S. and Canadian national anthems. Recent events, of course, means Trump, and the appeal recalled the booing and fighting at the U.S.-Canadian hockey tournament 2 months ago. The anger is evident in many other ways, including the not for sale and Never 51 t-shirts. Canadians have always felt close to but distinct from Americans. Most of them live within 100 miles of the US-Canada border, yet they take pride in differences like their national health system. But a hostile America was something they never imagined. Carney's victory speech reflected the anger. "We are over the shock of the American betrayal," he said, using a word now often heard. We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. These sentiments may be incomprehensible to Trump. In a muddled post on his Truth Social platform on Monday, while Canadians were voting, he again gushed about how beautiful this landmass would be if Canada became the cherished 51st state and urged Canadians to elect the man who would bring this about. That every man running for prime minister totally rejected the offer seemed not to matter. It was meant to be, Trump insisted.
Yeah, well, you know what? Trump is just basically inept. You know, there are ways to do stuff like this, without being so offensive. And maybe there's something way deep. I'd never heard anybody proposing Canada become the 51st state before Trump. So maybe it was in the water somewhere, and I just didn't notice it. River of Hate. You say, what about the Black National Anthem? Freaking racists. I don't even know what that means. Do you know the history behind the Black National Anthem? This is what I expect of the far right. You say stuff that sounds funny, but you actually don't know what you're saying or what it means. So I'll leave that research up to you. Let's see. What is 12th man? We got the army now being that Canada. Yeah. You talked about 1812, 12th man. Now you want to shift to now. This is what people who don't know what they're talking about do. You keep moving goalposts. My point about America's army, really, we would have never won the American Revolution, and I say we, just out of habit, without the help of the French. There's a lot of backdoor stuff as far as equipment and stuff goes. We didn't have the kind of army that could invade Canada and hold it. We were short resources. We were short of men. So, I guess, again, the far right likes to say stuff that sounds funny, but it's nonsensical if you scratch the surface even slightly. Let's see. Stanley doesn't even listen to the video he plays. No, I don't listen to every word of it. Sometimes I'm looking up the next story. So again, what is racist about the Black National Anthem? Don't divert. Make your point, River of Hate. Again, it sounded funny. Let's see. What else we got here? Wait, hold it. Oh, this is interesting. You sure as heck don't sound like it? Or what? This is what far right quote intellectuals do. They go around questioning everybody's Americanness like there's one way to be American. You know what? You don't sound like an American. We're supposed to be free to think as we want, and pretty much say what we want. So, Mr. America, Brian Nichols, have you heard of the First Amendment? And that someone doesn't sound like an American to you does not make them not American. This is the far right silly hour, apparently. Your own video mentioned okay, so what does the Canadian national anthem have to do with the Black national anthem? Dude, I was wondering, did they mention the Black national anthem? Yeah, okay. I don't understand the comparison of the Black national anthem to the Canadian national anthem. You'll have to help me out with that. No, it's not that I'm not paying attention. It's just you're unintelligible. That's my opinion. Oh, Brian, were you talking? Oh, at the top, you were talking about that global corporate machine malarkey. That's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. If you're going to do a conspiracy theory, I like my conspiracy theories with a little bit more meat on the bone, and that at the top bullshit. You need to keep that over in Be Brave's chat. We don't do that over here. We try and at least keep some of our stuff grounded in reality. Greenland is not important. We have no right to Greenland. It's a dumb idea, quite frankly. Dolomite. How about just do a trade agreement, so we can go in there and mine stuff? But thank God Trump is old and a lame duck. And his vice president doesn't have the force of personality to follow any crazy plans Trump has to follow through on. What military strategy, Dolomite? What, are we going to invade Greenland? Dumb ideas. But you know what? I like that Trump just throws crazy stuff out there. If you throw 100 crazy ideas out there, maybe one of them will take. Make Greenland into how do we go about doing that? It's Dutch territory. Is it Dutch? I can't even remember who Greenland is a territory of now. The United States does not control the world, even though some of us might. Greenland's important, so that's why you do some diplomacy. Just taking it outright. The Greenlanders don't want to be part of America, so I think you catch more flies with honey than you do with Trump's illiteracy and bright ideas. So that's my thought. So anyway, let's move on to more indirect Trump news. Chinese factories slow in early sign of trade wars toll. So as to be expected, this nobody's going to go unscathed in Trump's trade war. And I saw another article that I didn't bother reading about clothes in America increasing in price. A lot of the stuff we wear, a lot of it comes from China. Even I think China even makes American flags. Your flags are going to get more expensive. So let's listen to this.
Chinese factories slow in early sign of trade wars toll. This article is by Daisuke Wakabayashi and read by an automated voice. President Trump's tariffs are already taking a toll on China's factories. 3 weeks into a trade war that pushed import tariffs of Chinese-made goods to 145%, an official report on manufacturing activity signaled that in April, Chinese factories experienced the sharpest monthly slowdown in more than a year. The report, a survey of industrial firms published on Wednesday by the National Bureau of Statistics, provides the first official indication of how the U.S. tariffs are affecting the Chinese economy. China has responded to the U.S. tariffs with 125% tariffs of its own on American goods. The trade brinkmanship threatens U.S. and Chinese growth and potentially the global economy. Emerging signs of hardship in both countries have ratcheted up pressure on President Trump and Xi Jinping, China's top leader, to strike a deal to break the impasse. Neither Beijing nor Washington appears ready to blink. China's foreign ministry released a video on Tuesday saying that the country refuses to cave to a bully. President Trump, in an interview with ABC News on Tuesday, continued to push back, saying China was ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off. He said he believed that China probably will eat those tariffs, defying anxiety among consumers and businesses about the impact of the import taxes he has imposed. On Tuesday, the shipping giant United Parcel Service announced it would cut 20,000 jobs and close 73 buildings this year. General Motors said it could no longer stand by its previous forecast for solid profit growth this year, citing Mr. Trump's tariffs on imported cars and imported parts. U.S. consumer confidence fell to its lowest levels in 5 years. China's Manufacturing Purchasing Managers Index fell to 49.0 in April, down from 50.5 in March. A reading below 50 indicates a deterioration in activity in the sector. The index was above 50 in the previous 2 months, driven by a bump in orders ahead of the tariffs. The April figure was below what economists had expected. The survey's reading on new orders of goods for export was at its lowest level since the COVID-19 pandemic, dragging down the overall index. Also, a gauge of manufacturing employment contracted to its lowest level since February 2024. Zichun Huang, China economist at Capital Economics, said in a note to clients that the data suggests that China's economy is coming under pressure as external demand cools. Steps the government is taking to pump money into the economy are, quote, unlikely to fully offset the drag, she said. Capital Economics forecasts the Chinese economy will grow 3.5% this year, which is well short of the government's 5% growth target. In a research report on Tuesday, Nomura Securities said that if Chinese exports to the United States were to drop 50%, 5.7 million people in China could lose their jobs immediately. That number could grow to 15.8 million workers once the long-term effects rippled through the economy. Beijing has pledged to support its economy during the trade war with the United States, with a long list of initiatives aimed at encouraging its people to spend more. Among the ideas being proposed are pushing local governments to increase subsidies for those in need and improve pension benefits for retirees. Chinese officials are hoping to stimulate domestic spending, which has remained stubbornly weak in the face of a property crisis that is weighing on the country's economy. To offset that stagnation in consumption, the Chinese economy has relied even more heavily on exports. On Wednesday, China passed a law aimed at preserving the rights of private companies. China's focus in recent years on security and state control has come at the expense of the dynamism that helped propel China to become the world's second-largest economy. Private business owners have complained that their economic interests and rights are often overlooked in favor of government priorities and policies. At face value, this law aims to alleviate some of those concerns.
All right. Well, as to be expected, there will be fallout from Trump's trade war. In more trade war news, Trump backtracks a little bit.
White House looks to take steps to ease pain from car tariffs. This article is by Anna Swanson and Jack Ewing and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration said it plans to announce measures as early as Tuesday to ease the effects of tariffs on imported cars and car parts to give automakers more time to relocate production to the United States. Tariffs of 25% on imported vehicles and on auto parts will remain in place. But the tariffs will be modified so that they are not stacked with other tariffs, for example on steel and aluminum, a White House spokesman said. Automakers will not have to pay tariffs on those metals, widely used in automobiles, on top of the tariffs on cars and parts. In addition, automakers will be reimbursed for some of the cost of tariffs on imported components. The reimbursement will amount to up to 3.75% of the value of a new car in the first year, but will be phased out over 2 years, the spokesman confirmed. A 25% tariff on imported cars took effect April 3rd. On Saturday, the tariffs are set to be extended to include imported parts. President Trump is building an important partnership with both the domestic automakers and our great American workers, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, said in a statement. This deal is a major
A
victory
partnership?
for the president's trade policy by rewarding companies who manufacture domestically, while providing runway to
Partnership
manufacturers who have
is
expressed their
similar
commitment
to
to
a
invest in
cowboy and
America
his
and
horse.
expand their domestic manufacturing. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said at a news conference on Tuesday morning that Trump would sign an executive order related to auto tariffs later in the day. At the same briefing, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent declined to share details of any relief that automakers might get from tariffs, but said that the policy would be focused on encouraging them to bring more production back to the United States. Even with the planned changes, there will still be substantial tariffs on imported cars and auto parts, which will raise prices for new and used cars by thousands of dollars and increase the cost of repairs and insurance premiums. The modification to the tariffs was reported earlier by the Wall Street Journal. Mr. Lutnick helped automakers secure a major exemption from tariffs in March and has taken on a role advocating relief for some industries hit by the levies. Automakers welcomed the change. We believe the president's leadership is helping level the playing field for companies like GM and allowing us to invest even more in the U.S. economy, Mary T. Barra, the chief executive of General Motors, said in a statement on Monday. We appreciate the productive conversations with the president and his administration and look forward to continuing to work together. Alan Rappaport contributed reporting.
Yep. The backtrack president. I've been talking about, in distribution logistics, you always want to touch something once. The more times you touch something, the more inefficient it gets to actually, get something from one place to another. And that dovetailed with, the parental advice of do it right the first time. Trump, he's just really not doing himself any favors having to, make these bold executive orders, then having to write another executive order to modify that executive order. It's just sloppy work. Brian Nichols, this is 2025. There really are no power vacuums. Okay. There is no power vacuum in the Arctic. And I understand that, the Arctic, especially with this global warming, making more of the polar regions navigable. I understand that, power projection into there because Russia and China are already there, which is probably one reason you don't want to be pissing. Can you turn down your TV, or are you talking?
Oh no, that's the TV. I got the TV on.
One reason you don't want to piss off Canada is they've got all kinds of access to, the polar regions. What Trump doesn't understand is diplomacy. Going in there and just kind of busting the place up and bullying people. You're not going to win friends and influence people. So if anything, Trump is creating a power vacuum by pissing everybody off. So Brian Nichols, I don't think you quite understand much of what you're talking about. And this bullshit about the top. I don't believe in that be brave conspiracy theory stuff. It is what it is, and it's complicated enough as it is without adding a layer of science fiction on top of it.
So, can I comment, Stanley?
Yeah.
I just want to say that, the thing about Trump is the things he's addressing are issues. The way he's handled them are unbelievably terrible. Most of them.
Well, I think we've been saying that for weeks.
Yeah, he's diagnosed these problems and they're real.
Well, I don't think he's even diagnosing them right, because look, part of a diagnosis is figuring out what medicine to use. And he's treating everything with one type of medicine, which is being an asshole.
Pretty much.
And you tailor the cure to the disease.
Stanley, I would even say that like he should be an asshole to Putin, but he's buddies with him. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, you idiot? Like this guy's a monster. He's been terrible for 20 years, and but now people say that Putin's not a bastard, and that somehow he's framing it as Russia is not the aggressor here. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's been for 20 years. They've been acting terrible towards their neighbors, and you're claiming that Russia's not the villain. I mean, it's ridiculous. So yeah, his diet, like he's pointed to these problems, and they are, and there is a lot of stuff that we need to fix, and he's using a hammer for a blister and not a needle. You know, it's just so dumb. So he's doing a poor job.
River of hate. If Trump rules by executive order, and presidents aren't supposed to rule, by the way, so you're describing a king,
There's
not
another
a
one.
president. And if Trump rules by executive order and the next president does the same, why do we need Congress? Well, because it's called Article 1 of the Constitution. Essentially, what you're asking is why do we need the Constitution? Let's hope it doesn't get to that point. But once again, not saying something that sounds pithy without actually understanding what? Yes, exactly, Stanley, a king. You know what? I just got if you folks have not watched Wolf Hall, it's this
I saw that.
masterpiece theater thing.
Yeah.
Where basically chronicles the relationship between Thomas Cromwell and King Henry VIII.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? A 78-year-old king is not going to last forever.
Yeah.
So, you know, hitching. We used to say in the Navy, you know, you hitch your wagon to a rising star. Trump is not a rising star. He's at the pinnacle of his life, but he's 78. I think he's 78. So, you know, if you're hitching your wagon to Trump star, I'm sorry to tell you that star is not going to last forever.
Yeah.
And a constitutional monarchy, it's not constitutional. You're not going to write a monarchy. As a matter of fact, River of Hate, I know you're just trying to be funny, so I shouldn't even follow up your foolishness. That is, a monarchy is 180 degrees out from the way the Constitution is written. It's written to avoid a monarchy. Let's see. Musk is just showing you how you can have allegiance to two worlds at the same time. No idea what that means. Musk is loyal to his own self-interest. That you think he's loyal to anyone other than Musk and maybe Trump, but even then, it's just Musk. If Musk were so loyal to Trump, he would say, damn Tesla, my mission is to reshape the government. Notice how he's running like a scalded dog after Tesla, you know, is experiencing these big losses in the first quarter. So the loyalty is to him and his business interests. And I'll argue that his loyalty isn't even to his children. Certainly not to any family values. So the next story, this is the centerpiece. These next few stories are the centerpiece of hot tamale history lessons. Trump's first 100 days are the worst for the stock market since Nixon. So all these stories are center and left. The right doesn't seem to be covering his first 100 days that much. So the S&P is on track. S&P 500 is on track for its worst initial 100-day performance since 1974. Uncertainty surrounding the administration's trade policy has injected significant market volatility, which a lot of people like. You know, it's the institutional investors that don't like it. The U.S. dollar index has also fallen, while volatility gauges across markets increased. The S&P 500 fell over 7.8%, and the Kelly Bouchillon, have you ever heard that? Oh, and Kelly Bouchillon said policy was received so negatively. Any idea who Kelly Bouchillon is?
No, probably financial commentators.
Okay. Market strategists suggest uncertainty around trade policy indicates tougher conditions ahead for markets. No duh. Hold on one sec here. I got to plug in my phone.
I would say it's beyond that, Stanley. It's not even. It's the absolute lack of any predictability of anything based on. You can't predict Trump's mood, so you can't predict where to build a factory, where to invest your money. It's truly, he's changed so many times. He has to just make a decision and stay with it for about a year. And then people will go, okay, he's going to stick to this, right? I've said it. He's insane the way he's acting. It's all over the place. I mean, he changes daily, and business people don't like that because you can't predict the future.
Well, pretty soon you're going to hear, and I've already heard some low rumbling about his mental capacity.
It's like he's a meth addict, man.
Like this is going to be the second Joe Biden sort of thing where people just get so old that and it's naturally part of life. I'm
gonna tell you right now, Obama. One thing I really liked about Obama, he was very slow to respond. Right? It's almost like he went back and molded around, talked to his advisors, but he was a non-reactive guy, right? And strategically, that's very smart. It was almost like he didn't react, right? And then 2 weeks later he would respond, right? This guy's seat of the pants, and you can't have that for president, for markets. There's got to be predictability, and there's almost zero.
The thing is, and this is one thing that the military taught me, at least. You got to be able to do both styles. You got to know when to be strategic, and you got to know when to be tactical. And Trump is all tactical all the time. And you don't win a war or a campaign with tactics. You win it with strategy. Tactics are how you implement strategy.
Sure.
And
that's the day to day.
And Trump just doesn't seem to have mastered that. Yeah. So I have to play this because it's so far left.
I'll do it.
Well, it's so liberal, and I gotta play it.
100 Days of American Self-Destruction. Do we feel great again? Of course not. In less than 100 days, the toxic stupidity, cruelty, and racism of Trump have infected the country and the world, threatening to ruin alliances and the global economy. By the left hook with Wajahat Ali. In less than 100 days, Donald Trump, a convicted criminal who was held liable for assaulting and defaming a woman and has a track record of 6 bankruptcies, has managed to nosedive America's reputation and economy. A picture is worth 1,000 words, friends. Trump falling asleep at Pope Francis's funeral. Trump didn't make America great again, but he seems to have single-handedly revived the Liberal Party in Canada, which was dead in the water. Thank you, Trump, who is allegedly America first, for threatening to make our once trusted ally and economic partner into the 51st state. Speaking of allies, those are long gone due to Trump's reckless and destructive trade war and tariffs that might bring about a global recession. The heads of Walmart and Target warned Trump recently that his disastrous economic policy, could there be any other kind, would leave American shelves empty by the summer. Well, the empty port in Seattle today portends bad news ahead. Unfortunately, it's mostly been bad news. Trump is currently underwater across the board, even on immigration, as Americans are slowly waking up to realizing they've been conned by a con man who promised to make them feel great again at the expense of the rule of law, the Constitution, human rights, and decency. The only thing he's succeeded at is having the lowest 100-day approval rating in 80 years, beating the previous record he set during his first administration. All of this could have been avoided if just enough Americans had voted for a competent Black Indian American woman. However, masochism, misogyny, and racism are still very popular kinks that are sanitized by the corporate media. At the pathetic and groveling White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend, the mainstream media's remeras assembled to engage in mutual verbal fellatio and enjoy the glam during the ascent of fascism. The institution that is famous for hosting a comedian at the annual Nerd Prom fired Amber Ruffin to appease the fragile, fickle ego of MAGA, who dispense cruelty but demand civility. A cameraman at the event repeatedly couldn't tell the difference between two Black female journalists, April Ryan and Yamiche Alcindor. This tracks considering the number one goal of this Trump administration is to purge DI, Black people, people of color, immigrants, feminists, and LGBTQ+, from the government and private institutions. Not content with deleting web pages, banning books, and firing competent Black and female government employees, the Trump administration is trying to remove exhibits from the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture. Maybe it's economic anxiety, or maybe it's the white supremacy, hate, cruelty, and bigotry. If you're still on the fence, over the weekend, the administration announced it had deported 3 citizen children, one with stage 4 cancer, to Honduras. You can be shocked and horrified, but you can't be surprised. In October, border czar Tom Homan, concrete in human form, openly told us on 60 Minutes he would deport children with their undocumented parents. Meanwhile, 60 Minutes, like so many institutions, has decided to bend the knee to Trump's bad faith bullying and lawsuits, forcing the resignation of their longtime producer Bill Owens, who alleged editorial interference. Maybe Democrats should, fight back. If you're an alleged centrist like Senator Slotkin, that means catering to civility and echoing right-wing talking points that attack the woke. Or you can be Governor Gavin Newsom and try to win over MAGA bros by inviting them on your podcast, throwing transgender people on the bus, and letting them spew nonsense without pushback. Thankfully, others are promising to fight back, and they're being rewarded. As the world's worst billionaire and right-wing influencers plot their supervillain Bond plot on an incestuous Signal chat, another billionaire, Governor Pritzker of Illinois, has decided to boycott El Salvador for being Trump's foreign gulag. Instead of catering to the tepid, performative civility of Senator Schumer, Pritzker called for mass protests over the weekend and declared, "Republicans cannot know a moment of peace," and said their portraits will be put in museums, reserved for tyrants and traitors. This month has been the worst, I told you so, of my lifetime. I have gained no smug satisfaction or joy from hearing my skeptical neighbors, friends, and colleagues come back to me and say, "Okay, you were right. Trump is terrible. It has only been 100 days. We're stuck with this corpulent vulgarian for another 4 years. As MAGA and Trump become more unpopular, they will, in turn, become more fascist and desperate. It's all hands on deck, and if you aren't willing to fight, then make room for those who will." On this episode of Democracy-ish, Danielle and I share our thoughts, hopes, and fears for what's in the pipeline during the rest of Trump's terrible term. Give us a watch.
I had to cleanse my palate there. And
with some good old Mother Jones, huh?
looking at the chat, it's like somebody threw water on the Wicked Witch of the West. They're melting.
Well, that was the Newsmax of the left, Stanley. What are you talking about? That was the Newsmax right there of the left.
Okay, no, he's perfectly right though. Trump is a clown, and it sounded good on the campaign trail. Unfortunately, put into practice, it's not that great. And the folks who want to pretend that Trump is doing a great job, let them keep pretending. We got
been critical of Trump.
We got 3.5 or more years of this Trump roller coaster.
I've been critical where it's due.
Okay, well,
but even you were happy with the deportation.
How do you know? How do you know I was talking about you?
Well, you weren't, but I think I just wanted to point out that that just don't. I'm trying to be objective. Just don't. Don't feel lefty.
I'm being objective too. This is objectively bad policy.
I mean, the
You know,
worst one is,
doing everything by executive order and basically, daring Congress to act because it's a deliberative body. And the last thing Trump wants is deliberation over policies. This is not good government.
I've said before publicly they should impeach him at this point. It's just for the trade policy alone.
I don't think there's any reason to impeach him. I think as a matter of fact, if they move to impeach him, I would oppose it. I think America needs to get what they voted for.
Okay, well that's well,
America voted for Trump. It's going to be all Trump all the time, and we'll just have to weather this storm. But all I have to say is that any thoughts, if this continues, any thoughts of MAGA continuing past 2028, it's diminishing daily.
26, it's toast. So,
well, I don't know that it's toast. Honestly, I don't know that it's toast or not. But you've already got David Hogg, who's like the vice chairman of the DNC. They're going to primary Democrats. Basically, they're going to do a MAGA. And you know what? Well, what they're doing is they basically want to purge all these old senators and congressmen. They just
they're
basically
called moderates.
No. What they want to do, well, moderates maybe, but what they want to do is purge the old men out, and I'm not totally against that.
So hold on. Let me ask you why. So you're not against it. So you're for the younger group is far more left leaning and far more radical, much like the MAGA group.
What? They're going to come to power eventually. And you know what? Having the U.S. president fall asleep on an international stage is argument enough for putting younger people into government, and it will be what it will be.
So you think like Josh Shapiro would be a good candidate?
No. What I'm saying, I'm not going to pick people. I'm saying it's time for 78-year-old presidents who fall asleep and embarrass the country on a world stage. It's time for that to end. And if Democrats, if the DNC wants to say, hey, we need some fresh blood into our political offices, I don't have a problem with that. The one caveat I would say is that we need to do exactly what the Republicans did for 50 plus years. We need to get into these state houses and we need to start building from the ground up. But you know what? You can do two things at one time. This map right here is Donald Trump's approval rating by state. The deep blue colors are the strongest support. And, you would expect places like Minnesota, California to be, at the low approval rate, that baby blue. What I'm actually interested in is Wyoming still has an approval rating of Trump at 71%, which is surprising. Well, maybe not so surprising, but, considering that what's her name is from Wyoming, Liz Cheney. She got done dirty. But what's interesting is some of these Midwestern states here where you're looking at approval rate, like Texas, for instance. I didn't expect Texas to be in that. Texas has a 48% approval rate of Donald Trump. Georgia, 44%. Some of these fairly Republican states, they say Georgia's purple. I don't say that. I say it's red. It just happened to go purple in 2020. Florida, 48%. You would expect at least 50%. Idaho, 64%. So Idaho, Wyoming, Montana's at 57%, North Dakota 62%. South Dakota 60%, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. So the states, these
Republican states, Colorado, Utah. Utah actually kind of surprises me that it's so high. I read a story a couple weeks ago about how, MAGA Trump is not that popular in Utah, but 57% is still pretty high.
Whose poll is this, by the way?
It's Newsweek. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Newsweek.
Is it Fox? Okay, not Fox or something like that.
Well, Fox would never print something like this.
I'm surprised. No, what I'm saying is I'm surprised it's as high as it is. That's why I thought it was Fox, because I would think it would.
Well,
be
look
lower.
at Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing I can
they
say
think jobs
is
are coming back. They love the tariffs. They think jobs are coming back to there. Come on.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't know why they think it is.
All right, come on, T-shirt factories, man. We want some of them here. Let's get some T-shirt factories here. Let's fucking pay minimum
Well,
wage.
I still have to say, in the states that are really strongly Republican, his support is still pretty high. Utah surprises me. Alabama at 58%, Mississippi 53%, Georgia at 44%. I don't know why Georgia's so soft there. I actually would have expected Georgia to be up at around 50 at least. South Carolina, this is surprising. South Carolina at 49%. That is surprising.
But Stanley,
I'm sorry, South Carolina 49, North Carolina only at 45.
What you're seeing is the Republican base.
Virginia's 37%.
You're seeing the Republican base in all the states. Independents are literally like, no, they're independents are. He's gone to 10% approval with independents, and then the Democrats, the deep left, of course, is not. So if you look at these states, it's just
hold on one sec. The deep left is likely to be more pro-Trump than the center left.
Yeah, actually, I just read that there's a lot of the same issues they're happy with. It's like what? A lot of the issues the deep left agree with, like Sanders and Trump actually align on a lot of stuff. At least he used to.
Right, and I've been saying, all these people wanting to go in and criticize, the farther reaches of the left. That far left is actually more MAGA than the center left is.
True progressives are like Sanders was against a lot of the immigration because of the wages rate, and then he kind of switched and moderated. But if you look at the actual progressive thing, it is partial MAGA. I mean, it's MAGA. It's similar. A lot of it, not all of it, but a lot of it is. So we do have four parties, though. You're absolutely right about that. There is four parties in our country, and the smallest, I think, is the neocon or the old school conservative, like kind of the George Bush, almost Bill Clinton conservative, So
right. Well, look at River of Hate here. He says Trump's numbers don't matter if Democrats trot out another femoid candidate out in the square. You're absolutely wrong about that, River of Hate. It can get bad enough that it'll be anybody but Trump.
Yeah, that's true.
I know that you are so you have your mother dipped you in that river of hate, and you have an Achilles heel. Your Achilles heel is that you don't understand politics.
And the sad truth of it is this: there is moderate Democrats with good economic policy. Biden generally had pretty good policy with foreign and domestic. The CHIPS Act was great. The Ukraine, I mean, he dealt with that. He dealt with a lot of stuff correctly. Like if you look at a lot of his policies, they're not. Now, he overspent, of course, but ultimately, we want to get a Democrat like that, not like AOC, that wants to radicalize the country with. She's too progressive. It's destructive.
Okay, again, the progressives will appreciate MAGA more than the center left does.
Well, I don't like MAGA, so there you go. I never did. I'm center right. I'm even center left on stuff. So but I don't like the radicalization of the parties. That's
You know what? River of Hate. See, this is actually kind of like the one of the Achilles heel. I'm going to use that term again. Your history obviously only goes back to 2016. Mine goes back a few years before that. So
Geraldine
suffice
Ferraro. What's the
suffice
first
it to say, your version of history is if you jumped into the pool of your version of history, you'd break your neck because it's not very deep.
And by the way, River of Hate, the best candidate we've had as a woman for president was Condoleezza Rice, and George Bush had already pissed everybody off. She would have been the perfect candidate for president.
I don't think she's ever wanted to run for president, though.
Dude, if you listen to her story, she's an outstanding.
I've read her autobiography.
Okay, yeah, she's an outstanding one. She would have been a good president. Hillary was too full of bullshit, I think, but she's too full of bullshit. And Kamala, I still don't know who she is, so I don't think anyone does. So
well, I think she. Well, you know what? She says she's going to run for governor of California. We'll see how that works out.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Wow, I figured she'd be running for president again. Interesting.
Why would she do that?
I just thought that she was, going to take a crack at it. She has more time this time, but
well, I'm gonna tell you, governors of California have become presidents before, and you know what? If the criticism was that she didn't have executive experience, I don't know that she'll win California. I haven't really studied it that closely, but I will say this: if she becomes governor of California, she will run for president again.
The current governor is going to run. We know that. Gavin.
Is he? I thought he was term limited.
No.
Maybe
the
I'm
current
wrong.
The current governor of California,
Gavin Newsom.
He's just going to run for president. Absolutely.
Okay, you know what? He should not run for president. He will not win. He's got too much baggage.
I don't know, man. You don't think he can win?
No.
I think he would be the front runner. National stage. I mean, he's got that smile, So,
Fred, I've mentioned Condoleezza Rice before. She, and I like Brian Kemp, except I think if he doesn't change his deep Georgia accent on a national stage, they're going to mock him off of it. I've mentioned Kamala before Brian Kemp. She's probably the only Republican. Like if she ran, I would vote for her with no caveats. But she is number one. She's getting a little long in the tooth, and I think the other thing is she's living a good life.
She's a professor now.
She's chancellor of Stanford University. She was doing something with football. She was like on the NFL board, or she was some muckety muck because she likes football.
She's at the Masters. She's NFL. I think she's a partial owner or something.
And she's got and on top of that, she's a classical pianist.
That's right. I was going to say that she's well rounded, so has good perspective. So she's great.
I've never heard anyone else mention Rice. I totally agree.
She would have been the best president.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I got you. I thought you meant besides yourself.
She was hung up in the George Bush. She was tagged with the George Bush administration, so she wasn't going to win. She was kind of tagged with that, with being that she was deeply embedded there,
Dolomite says we need to get away from political female leadership. I think we need more of it.
Well, the Germans.
Who do you think got us to this point and in this mess? All the shit people complain about has been caused by male political, governance.
I mean, you could argue in the height of England's power, the best. Like Queen Elizabeth and Queen Victoria were probably the best two in their They were monarchs, right? But they were probably the best two leaders.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that up to now, it's been like 99% male leadership for centuries, and they think we need to get away from female leadership. We've never had it. The hell? Other than Thatcher, and people praise Margaret Thatcher. So I don't.
I mean, I think Merkel did a terrible job, but Thatcher did a pretty good job.
Dolomite, I don't deny anything. I argue you're in denial mode. We need to get away from female leadership. We got female leadership right now. Or are you calling Trump a woman? He is kind of governing, back and forth. Trump is hormonal.
He's hormonal.
Trump is very hormonal. Sometimes.
He's in menopause. He's in pure menopause right now. He's all over the place.
I got you, Fred.
This is green-haired, gender ambiguous, white lesbian Democratic. River of hate. That was good. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now. Stanley, the best candidate that is currently of the Democrats will not even get a look, and his name's Josh Shapiro, and it's because they're the party of anti-Semitism.
More for Bashir of Kentucky.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Well, Shapiro's sharp. I think he should, but the fact that he's, an Israelite means that he will not, which is really sad because I think he's their best candidate.
He's an Israelite.
Dude, he's Jewish.
He's American. Oh, okay. Well, why don't you just say Jewish?
Well, I meant to say that, but whatever.
Israel is a country.
No, I get it. I know. I was just being funny, maybe, but not really funny.
Oh, okay.
But
you got to
no, he's
remember,
Jewish.
This isn't the other host's show. I don't get off on all that anti-Semitism.
Do you think I do? I think it's terrible that he.
Hey, you're the one who called a Jewish person an Israelite.
Well, okay, a Semite. I should have said a Semite. I'm sorry. He's a Semite. And that's sad, by the way. The deep. What's funny is there's an anti-Semitism amongst MAGA to a degree, and the deep left. So there's another similarity. The deep progressive left and the hard MAGA right are pretty much anti-Semitic. So interesting. I didn't think about that. It's another thing we can tag them both with. Fucking shit. So
Dolomite. Let me type this right quick.
Sure.
But speaking of anti-Semitism, Dolomite, I guess I'll just say it instead of type it. What female leadership are you talking about?
Stanley, what's the rationale behind the anti-Semitism amongst the left? Like, where does this come from? Is it just a Palestinian thing?
Well, there's. I mean, if you go back to, basically from like the Bolshevik Revolution through World War II, the fascists and the communists hated each other. Yeah. And there was this big deal about communists being mostly Jewish, which
you think the progressives would like the Jews then? You'd think, right? So the hard progressives tend to be more communist.
I don't really, other than the back in the day they associated progressives with Jewishness. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to go
back. It's strange. It's very strange. I mean, I know there's the Israel bombing of Gaza, which pisses off the progressives, but like American
Dolomite, don't do that. I asked you a specific question. I can't think of any female we have other than like Michigan. They've got a female governor, and what's her name in Alabama? I can't think of her name. Alabama has a female governor. Other than a couple governors that I can name off the top of my head, who's in any sort of prominent state level or national level leadership position? Okay, in the past 10 years, what woman has been in a national leadership position? I think sometimes you far right folks just make it up as you go along just to be right. And then when you make up a fact, you go with it, and all your little buddies, all your little far right buddies, join in the fun, and they pretend that you have a point. That I've always gotten that impression. Like Be Brave is the perfect example.
I was going to say, have you noticed the anti-Semitism because they think that they're running the world amongst this? A lot of YouTube, like, oh, they're running the world. They're running the world.
I don't know what's up with all that,
It's
and usually
crazy
I don't
shit.
follow up that foolishness. What's up, Diwali? So anyway, Harvard, and I think Harvard did a clever thing here. They did a report on anti-Semitism, and they did a separate report on Islamophobia.
Nice.
So I don't know that I'll even bother playing this, but I wanted to highlight that, you know what? Trump going up against Harvard, I think he might just be outclassed. Here, we'll talk about anti-Semitism, but we're also going to talk about the Islamophobia. And let me read the first couple paragraphs. A Harvard task force released a scathing account of the university on Tuesday, finding that anti-Semitism had infiltrated coursework, social life, and the hiring of some faculty members and the worldview of certain academic programs. A separate report on anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian bias on campus, also released on Tuesday, found widespread discomfort and alienation among those students as well, with 92% of Muslims surveyed saying they believed that they would face an academic or professional penalty for expressing their political opinions. And you know what? That is a direct slap in the face of Trump. He has deported people who have been, even like in an essay, any support of the Palestinian cause. I can think of two people right off the top of my head, students or former students that he is currently, in the process of trying to deport. So bravo, Harvard. Bravo. We'll give you what you want, and we'll give you something extra too. Let's see. James Baldwin explains so-called anti-Semitism among Black Americans. Yeah, I kind of understand that. Let's see. They do make it up. I don't know why you're wasting your time. Oh, come on, Fred. It's content. It's content, Fred. Stanley is so lost. Well, River of Hate, I'm what can I say? If you think I'm lost, then I'm doing the right things. So we'll move on from here. And actually, I guess what I could do before I go into these videos is take a quick scan of the newspapers and news sites. Let's start with MSN, since they seem to be the most fluffy news source that I go to. Hold on one sec. Let me reshare this screen. There we go. So go back to this view. And then I'm just going to scan through it just to see if there's anything interesting. I woke up late this morning, later than I expected. I don't know how I did that. I don't usually use an alarm clock. I usually just wake up on time. But today I was running late, so I didn't do the usual planning that I usually do. Let's see. Gina Raimondo says she's weighing presidential run. Who is Gina Raimondo? Any idea?
She's Biden's former. She was in the Biden cabinet, and I believe she's the former labor. No, not labor. She dealt with economics at some level, if I recall. And also, she's pretty hard left. She won't win. No way she'll win. But some kind of economic advice.
She's the former for excuse me, former Commerce Secretary.
That's it, commerce. I knew it was economics or commerce or something
I
to do
wonder
with that.
why. I wonder why she thinks she should run.
She actually has a good history with China. Like she's pretty good with foreign policy. So, but she's pretty far left though. I don't think she can win. Just my thoughts.
Let's see what is in here. Judge orders Border Patrol to halt illegal stops in the Central Valley after dozens arrested in raids. This is from the LA Times. I can't remember. Do you need a subscription?
I think you
Let's
do.
see. Here, let's read this. Well, the thing going through MSN, you don't need subscriptions.
Dolomite is dropping bombs in the chat. You should check that out.
He just did what?
Oh, he just talking about that
I bet
helicopter.
the instructor
Potomac.
in that Black Hawk helicopter wished he had a male pilot instead of high-ranking female who refused to listen. Yeah, Dolomite, you know what? I love the way you're cherry-picking history. Pretty soon you'll have a full basket and you can make a pie. So let's get back to serious business. Here we go. Let's have this story read. Judge orders Border Patrol to halt illegal stops. I didn't know that you could do illegal stops.
A federal judge ordered the U.S. Border Patrol halt illegal stops and warrantless arrests in the Central Valley after agents detained and arrested dozens of farm workers and laborers, including a U.S. citizen, earlier this year. The days-long raid around Bakersfield sparked outrage after videos circulated of agents slashing the tires of a gardener who was a citizen on his way to work and raised fears that tactics could become the new norm in the largely agricultural area. Jennifer Thurston, a U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of California, said in an 88-page order that evidence presented by ACLU lawyers established a pattern and practice of violating people's constitutional rights when detaining people without reasonable suspicion, and then violating federal law by executing warrantless arrests without determining flight risk. The evidence before the court is that Border Patrol agents under DHS authority engaged in conduct that violated well-established constitutional rights, she wrote. Thurston's ruling allows the ACLU to bring a class action lawsuit against the government for the raids. It also requires the Border Patrol to submit detailed documentation of any stops or warrantless arrests in the Central Valley and show clear guidance and training for agents on the law. This sends a powerful message that the raids Border Patrol conducted in and around Kern County in January were illegal, said Bree Bernwinger, an attorney at ACLU Foundation of Northern California. You cannot be pulled over and grabbed on the street because of the color of your skin. Border Patrol is going to be held accountable for those practices and for violating people's rights. Government lawyers in a court hearing on Monday did not dispute the accounts of individuals arrested and detained in the raid, but had asked the court to throw out the case, saying it lacked jurisdiction and argued the raid did not constitute systemic behavior. Those are disparate examples, Olga Y. Cookins, an attorney with the Department of Justice, argued before the court. But a skeptical Thurston asked for evidence to prove that, in a pointed back and forth during the hearing. 2 days does not establish a pattern or practice, she said, suggesting that it was the actions of a few agents. Thurston then asked the basis for that finding. Cookins said
I
she
have
had
a question about this. Why are there Border Patrol agents in the Central Valley of California? Shouldn't they be on the
ICE.
border?
I think that they're everywhere. I think it's just a division of ICE. Border Patrol agents.
No. They're separate. I thought.
Man, you might be right.
They're not saying ICE agents. They're saying Border Patrol.
Yeah, I think ICE is after there's an order to deport. ICE kicks in. I think you're right. I think ICE is.
So can anyone
after the fact
from California or Fred or somebody? Why would Border Patrol be in the Central Valley of California, which is nowhere near the border?
Well, Central Valley. Yeah, I don't know where that.
Listen to this, Jim. The red pill manosphere is slowly slipping into politics. It's gonna be fun to watch. I'm sorry, son. It is already firmly ensconced in politics. Um, listen to Dolomite talk about female leaders. That's he's talking politics, not personal. Well, he's talking personal beliefs, maybe personal problems. I don't know.
What?
I don't know what you have. I don't know what you have against women, Dolomite. But you know, welcome to the party, River of Hate. The manosphere is slowly slipping into politics. Josh Hawley wrote a book several years ago about America and the loss of a strong male culture. Where have you been, River of Hate? Kamala lost because of the manosphere or manosphere-like attitudes.
Yeah, and we don't.
Why are these people so slow? All right, let's see. Slate Auto. Oh, have you heard of Slate Auto?
No. Slate Auto.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did read this article. It's basically a DIY, almost like a build-it-yourself knockdown truck. No paint.
No,
It doesn't
it's
even paint on it.
let's see.
Yeah, dude, it's like 20 grand. No paint on it. It's like 20 grand. It's interesting. It's an interesting idea.
Kind of good looking. It doesn't look like it's a full-size truck, though.
It's very customizable, too. It looks like an interesting concept,
Okay, basically, Slate Auto will retrofit an existing 1.4 million square foot factory in Warsaw, Indiana, where the company plans to eventually produce 150,000 trucks annually. It's an electric truck, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is interesting. I heard it on a podcast or something like that. When it reopens next year, Slate Autos had, let's see. Here, let's this is some YouTube channel. Let's watch this.
Welcome to the Vergecast, the flagship podcast of trucks that have no stereos and no paint and like no features of any kind. And I still want it very, very, very badly. I'm your friend David Pierce, and right now I'm doing some headphone testing. So I have a blue set of AirPods Max that, frankly, I just hadn't used AirPods Max in a while, so I picked up a pair.
Who cares about
seats
all that?
too. It is not like a king cab kind of thing where you can have comfortable seating in the back. But interestingly, if you do need seating for more people, you can buy an upgrade kit, which basically bolts a couple of seats in the bed and turns it into an SUV.
Oh, wow.
You can probably catch
I like
the
that
theme here is
SUV.
customization. That's a big thing for sure.
Or is
It's
that
fully
the
electric,
truck with
rear
the
drive,
thing on it?
relatively small battery, between 150 and 230 miles of range, depending upon which configuration that you go with. Fairly low power. You're not looking at crazy 0 to 60 times or anything like that. It doesn't have a lot
Why
of
do you
towing
need
capacity.
it if
About
it has
1,000
low
pounds there.
power?
Payload, I think, is about 1,500 pounds, which is comparable to something like a Ford Maverick. So, you're looking at
Ford
a kind of
Maverick.
bare bones EV, but the really interesting things, I think, is what it doesn't have. Again, doesn't have paint, does not have a touchscreen, doesn't even have a car stereo of any kind, doesn't have power windows. You've got to crank the windows down in a very old school kind of way. And so it is, again, a very bare bones machine, which I think makes it very compelling, because the biggest story, of course, is that they want this thing to cost less than $20,000 after federal incentives, which means the full price of the thing is probably on the order of $2,500 to $2,700.
How much do you?
Okay, I'm lost here. What would be the market? Like people out of college or what? Oh, Dave, I didn't see you. I wasn't looking at the StreamYard.
Good morning.
What would be the market for this truck?
It would be huge.
Yeah, well, it only
20
seats
grand.
two. It only seats two. doesn't have a stereo. I mean, it's bare bones in reality. Who would buy it? I mean, kids out of college or what?
Yeah, he said it was fully customizable. You have no idea what that means. Like that
Well, I know it
contact port stuff
customizably.
like that.
There's
So
no stereo.
only the gearheads are gonna buy it.
There's no
Yeah,
stereo in it.
yeah, but it's kind of like if you take one of those and you juice it up, you got something like a where tuner rallies and stuff like that happen. Those kind of kids, they get together, the Fast and the Furious crowd. They love to take a car, rip the bumper off, rip the back end off, put a rear front bumper, spoilers up under the hood, all kinds of stuff. And then they have these little, powwows in Walmart parking lot after dark. And then all of a sudden you hear 50 loud pipes going up the road. That's been huge since I was in high school. And that's a
Well,
big deal. So a
it
bare bones
must be an Ohio thing.
nah, it's everywhere because that Fast and the Furious was a West Coast thing.
Okay, well, you know what? I've literally never seen a Fast and the Furious or whatever it's called. Literally never seen one of those movies because I'm not interested in it.
You see, these be your blind spots when you have no idea where some of these people will get the motivation to go out and
Well,
do that.
that's why I asked.
Oh, I was coming up because my comment was the most egregious, and you skipped over it. I'm just curious if there was
Well, no, I probably didn't see it. I have to flip back and forth with tabs. I don't see everything in the chat. What did you say?
oh no, man, it was I don't know. The moment's gone. The gas is out. That's no
Oh
more
yeah,
gas.
Dolomite is on his misogynistic rant this morning, talking about California. Wasn't LA mayor a female that let it burn? Yeah, okay. She not only did she let it burn, she struck the match. Dolomite, who hurt you? He is strongly anti-woman this morning. Let's see, what else do we have here?
Did you catch any of Chaotic Truth yesterday, Stanley?
No, I watch him sporadically, and usually, you know what?
Yeah, me too.
I've probably caught like a few, like maybe 30 minutes of his show. Maybe it was Sunday or Monday. Usually, the only time I watch it now is if if the topic is compelling, like the title of the show. But the problem is he basically kind of it's kind of formulaic. A bunch of bumpkins get up there yelling about black people. It just gets it just gets boring after a while.
It's chaotic.
Yeah. Now I hear the other day what's his name? Imperious got after Here for the Tea, just like went spiraled, like just totally crashed out. And T was pretty annoyed enough that she just left.
There was something about yesterday's show. They had this crazy chick named Tiffany Turner, I think. Did you see any of her on there?
Of who? Wait, now I did see some woman who looked like she had looked like she had just pulled up out of the crack house.
Yeah.
I saw it. You know how when you go through, sometimes if you hover your cursor over, it'll play a little clip of the show. So what was her bag?
Oh, she was saying that. See, I don't want to explain it to you because you think that this is what I'm trying to present to you. It's more like her argument was a very sound argument, and I think she went up against like 20 people.
What was the topic and what was the argument?
The topic was like some guy likes the white man's ice cream cone or something. But
What? Some guy likes the white man's ice cream cone.
yeah, that was the title of the stream. And her whole thing was, I think she disrupted the show, and she had a very consistent argument about uh, why she's not in the black community. You're better off leaving it. And she literally pointed out this mindset of people who were enslaved in their mind because they believe that community. I mean, you just had to see it. But her argument was consistent throughout the show. It didn't matter who came up to her, and all she was doing was roasting
Okay, well,
and
you
proving
haven't told me what her argument was yet. You say it's consistent. What was it?
that once you go community, there is no community. She turned her back on
Okay,
her.
well, I've been saying that. I've been saying that.
She was saying that the community is in your household.
Wait, hold it. So she was basically echoing my, well, not echoing. I've been saying that for months that there really is no black community. There are communities, but like a coast to coast black community, we need to get out of that mindset, at least in my opinion. And the problem is that it hasn't worked. It made more sense during Jim Crow, but now that people, are a little bit more free to march to the beat of their own
I might just
drum.
thought of leaving the store. Hold on.
Hey, Zoomer, you say Nidus sent you over here to do what? Did he send you over here with a mission?
No, he didn't, because it actually kept me up. I was watching it,
Well,
past.
hold on. Nidus, I'm talking about Zoomer. That's how you pronounce it. He says Nidus sent him or her here. And my question is to do what? Hang out? Come up? Comment? So go ahead. If that was her point, I agree with it. We are basically, and not everybody does this, but I think even the anti-blacks are strict believers in a black community. They are strict believers that there is a black culture that's separate from the larger American culture. And I think, I think more people on the right, like the Thomas Sowell types, think that there's a contiguous black community or homogenous like black community than the left does.
God damn
And
it.
the reason I say that is they're constantly talking about how bad black culture is. Well, not everybody. That's why I did that show with Charles last week, and why I, basically did a Stanley versus the world about diversity within the black community. There is no black culture that is homogenous that everybody shares. It's diverse. I could go like California. The black folks out in California are totally different than the black folks in Atlanta, New York. They're all like subcultures within quote black culture, and the thought that everybody thinks the same or acts the same. Basically that black community, I'm almost willing to say, and emphasis on almost because I haven't really thought it through. People like a Be Brave think that there is one black community, and we all think the same. We all share the same concerns. Why else would you say 70% of the people are responsible for 3%? That 3% committing crime, even if that's a real number, why would the 70% be responsible? Why would they have to excuse it? Why the fuck would I excuse somebody else's crime? That whole theory that Be Brave spouts, when you start sitting and picking it apart, it is nonsense.
Yeah, Brave came up too yesterday, and he had put this girl in the 70%.
All I'm saying is the people who buy into Be Brave 70% theory really aren't that bright. And they're
No, you
not,
would have seen. You would
they're
have
not,
seen.
and I know that you're one of them because I've heard you use.
No. I think there was a misdiagnosis on B Brave's part that
Oh
maybe that this woman was being.
no. It's not a
No.
misdiagnosis. He actually believes that. And my point is that if he Be Brave is one of those people who thinks all black people are alike.
Is it a skill that I have? I'm starting to think that I have some kind of a specific set of skills where I could read
And,
minutiae, man. I really do
and what
believe it.
skill and what skill would that be?
I could read certain tea leaves that I don't think other people see.
Okay, and you know what? Only you
I
can
gotta
see
be pretty effing talented.
because you're not very forthcoming with what you think you're unique at. I have no clue what you're talking about.
Maybe it's just me being a critic.
However, I think that Be Brave believes in a black community, just like John Galt does, just like all these anti-black blacks think there is a contiguous coast to coast black community. And like Fred is saying, we all live in Chicago, we all listen to rap music, and we all, eat chitlins.
And I think you have a talent too. You can expound on a little bit of information, and that is, don't get me wrong.
Well,
That
it's
is,
not a. You know what? I've
skill.
heard Be Braves talk about this ad nauseum.
Talk
And
about what?
it's always kind of the same thing. That's why I didn't want to talk about it during that debate thing, because it's nonsense, and I would spend 2 hours picking it apart and just wasting time. Wasting time on a nonsense theory is truly a waste of talent and a waste of time.
Well, I didn't mean to use a trigger because I think that's why we're
Well,
stuck.
no, I'm not triggered at all. You were talking about this lady on what's his name on CT's show, and you know what? If that was her argument that there is no contiguous black community, and it kind of sounds like she thinks there's a black community if you have to leave it. I don't think our concept of what the black community is, at least when on the YouTube streets that I'm hanging out in my opinion, is wrong-headed and anachronistic.
Anachronistic.
Yeah, black people, I mean, back in say 1930, there were probably a lot of commonalities because most black people were in the South and migrating north. So, there was more cultural homogeneity, to use a horrible phrase. There were more, most black people were, had either Southern roots, deep Southern roots, or were actually from the South migrating north. Not so now. We're everywhere. So the culture, if there ever was a contiguous culture or a homogenous culture, has been diluted, and the fragments have kind of mutated into their own things. Similar but not the same.
Yeah, I think you should. I don't know if you get a chance to watch like the last 2 hours of that stream.
I'm not going back and watching a CT show. What you described, because I'm not. Look, it's good for entertainment for a few minutes, but I don't ever look to learn anything from CT shows.
I think I extract pretty.
You're a little bit low there, Dave.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
So anyway, I've been talking for weeks about how I don't think there is a black community in the way that the anti-blacks and Be Brave and folks, CT and folks like that, who think there is one. So what they're complaining about is basically a stereotype or a caricature. They're not really complaining about anything that I recognize as cogent. A good argument. Black people are fucked up is not an argument because not all black people are alike. And, if you're not going to be specific, then I just kind of discount the argument and roll my eyes and, listen to it if it's entertaining to listen to. But, it's just like puffery. So anyway, Dave looks like he's busy. So we will move on here. So this is Newsweek. China, defiant China fires warning at Donald Trump. Well, let's see what this warning might be. Let's see here.
Have you heard of the eye of the storm? It appears calm for a moment, but is actually a deadly trap. The calm before an even fiercer storm. The U.S. has stirred up a global tariff storm and deliberately targeted China, playing a 90-day pause game with other nations, forcing them to limit trade with China. This is just like the deadly trap of the eye of the storm. Bowing to a bully is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It only deepens the crisis.
Wow, China's China's going all in with this stuff. What's up, laughing like Sagat? Where have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. So I see Dave is busy, so we'll get back to what we were doing, which was much ado about nothing. So let's see what else is in the news. FBI mistakenly raided. Ooh, this is interesting. This is from Atlanta. Let's listen to this news story. Oops. Hold on one sec here. Let's get to the right place.
Supreme Court will hear a case tied to a botched FBI raid at a home in Metro Atlanta. Agents were looking for a gang member, but broke down the wrong door. 11 Alive's Dan Kennedy is live from the federal courthouse.
This is Kash Patel's
threw out the
FBI.
family's lawsuit years ago. Dan, what's the family hoping to accomplish through the process?
Well, Cheryl, they're hoping for the Supreme Court to say that, yes, after all, you can sue the U.S. government for assault, battery, false arrest, and other things. That's what this Metro Atlanta family is trying to do after this botched raid that you mentioned back in 2017 at their home in Southwest Atlanta. A family caught off guard as those agents stormed into the home. Trina Martin says she and her boyfriend were there. They were asleep when they were held at gunpoint, while her 7-year-old son was just steps away in another room. That whole ordeal with the FBI agents inside their home lasted several minutes before agents said they had the wrong house.
The lead officer came back, apologized, gave us a business card, and left. That was it. They went back to their families and left us to be mentally traumatized.
Okay, so here's really what this case boils down to. The government says Martin can't sue because of what amounted to an honest mistake. A court of appeals ultimately agreed with a federal judge's decision. That judge offices behind me here, that lawsuit should be tossed. But now it's going before the Supreme Court. Public advocacy groups have said that this family should have the chance to sue. And ultimately, Cheryl, Aisha, we will see what the justices at our nation's highest court ultimately have to say.
Well, I think we know what that's going to
11
be.
Live News.
All right, Dan.
As a matter of fact, I would not be surprised if this winds up being a 9-0 decision. Honest mistake, as long as there was no damage done, physical harm, I don't really see this going. I'll be surprised if the Supreme Court even hears it. I'll say that. All right, so let's go see what's in. See if Ground News has anything. Let's see. Wisconsin High Court suspends Milwaukee judge accused of helping man evade immigration. Oh, this is that judge that got arrested. So, Wisconsin High Court suspends Milwaukee judge accused of helping man evade immigration authorities. Wisconsin Supreme Court suspended Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan on Tuesday. Her suspension follows her Friday arrest by the FBI on 2 federal charges. Charges include concealing an individual and obstructing a proceeding related to an immigration agent encounter. Court order stated suspension is effective immediately and until further notice. The court cited public interest in temporarily relieving her duties while charges are pending. Let's see if what the right says, because they're going to be a lot more saucy here. Wisconsin Supreme Court suspended. She faces 2 federal charges: obstruction of a federal proceeding and concealing an individual to prevent discovery or arrest. Dugan is accused of aiding Eduardo Flores Ruiz, who was deported prior, by letting him escape through a jewelry door during an attempted arrest by immigration officers. Dugan has hired Paul Clement, a prominent lawyer, to assist in her defense as her pretrial hearing is scheduled for May 15th. Wow. We are definitely going to follow this story. Trump, excuse me. Trump says Doge work led to fraud referrals to the Justice Department. And we know that the Justice Department is going to follow up. U.S. President Donald Trump said on Tuesday there were referrals for fraud made to the Justice Department based on the findings of the Department of Government Efficiency, the cost-cutting agency that Trump ally and billionaire Elon Musk spearheaded. Of course, there have been, Trump said in an interview with ABC News aired on Tuesday, when asked if there had been referrals for fraud. You know what? Donald Trump is such a liar. I'll believe it when it hits the news. So, of course, Doge was going to save like $2 trillion or something like that. And of course, they did not. China exempts key U.S. goods from 125% tariff. Trump eases tariffs on imported auto parts. We did that. We talked about Canada. All right. Well, let's move on to.
Hey, did you actually vote for?
We'll look at the New York Times. In frenzied opening chapter of new term, Trump aims to change America's trajectory. Why Trump sees himself as a man of destiny. I don't know. Probably don't want to get into looking at charts. Trump says he could. Now, see, this is something that was talked about during yesterday's show. Trump says he could free Abrigo Garcia from El Salvador, but won't. So all this BS about El Salvador, Trump can't go in and, violate the sovereignty of El Salvador. See how it's just morphed into, hey, he could do it. According to Trump, he could do it, but he won't. And it says the subheading, Trump's comments undermine previous statements by his top aides and were a blunt sign of his administration's intention to double down and defy the courts. So it all comes down to Trump's decisions. I don't want to hear any more about El Salvador's sovereignty. It's all y'all fell for Trump's duplicity again. He could, but he won't. That's so childish. Let's see here. Black dandyism in the spotlight. Dave is left, so I can't talk to him about black dandyism. Now I gotta read this article. Black dandyism in the spotlight, 7 pieces of fashion history. I've never heard black dandyism before. But I now have a new term I can use. Did anyone know there's a costume institute? I did not know that. Wow. Do we have any black dandies out in the chat? Wow, look at that. That's this is interesting. The abolitionist and writer Frederick Douglass wore his own clothing when he sat for photographs, which was a lot. As the most photographed American of the 19th century, he understood that he had to look a certain way in order to be heard, Professor Miller said. Clothes make the man. My father used to tell me that. All right, well, enough of that. So now we know what black dandyism is. You know, yep, Douglas was a dandy. Yeah, you know what? There is nothing wrong with that, Fred, if you can pull it off. And I have never been able to pull off black dandyism. Let's see. And then we're going to take a quick look at the Washington Post, and then we're going to move on. I've got some videos which are guaranteed to piss some people off in the audience, and I do it just for the fun of it. Let's see. Trump rally supporters. Trump did a rally in Michigan. That's right. He was doing a rally for his 100 days. So this says Trump rally supporters in Michigan to mark 100 days in office. We've just gotten started, the president said after a whirlwind 3 months that included steep tariffs on imports. Here, let's listen to a little bit of this.
100 days in office. We've just gotten started, the president said after a whirlwind 3 months that included steep tariffs on imports, massive cuts to the federal workforce, and deportations of undocumented immigrants. You haven't seen anything yet. Warren, Michigan. President Donald Trump arrived here Tuesday afternoon for a rally to mark his first 100 days in office, returning to a battleground state he won last year, and to the cheering crowds that marked his campaign, but that he has largely eschewed so far in office. In what aides billed as a 100th day in office achievement speech, Trump touted the rapid pace he has kept during 3 months of dramatic changes to the federal workforce and global economic policy that have served to reorient the country and confuse the world. He chose as his backdrop a place that has lost much of the manufacturing base that once defined the greater Detroit area, but also one that is feeling the effects of his tariff proposals and his threats to occupy nearby Canada. In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in 100 years, Trump said. In the first 3 months of his second term, Trump has imposed tariffs on foreign imports, reshaping the global economy and sending markets into a frenzy. He has imposed drastic government cuts, rattling millions in the federal workforce. He has threatened to take Greenland, pressed for significant deportations of undocumented immigrants, issued pardons to those who participated in the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and, as he mentioned here, banned the federal use of paper straws. We've just gotten started, he said here, after taking the stage to Lee
How do you
Greenwood's God
ban
Bless
the
the
use of
USA.
paper straws?
You haven't seen anything yet. Trump focused many of his remarks on immigration, the issue that most riles up his base, and at one point paused to show a video of migrants being taken to El Salvador that pictured them in chains and on flights. When it was over, the crowd rose to its feet and chanted, USA, USA, USA. The rally had the feel of a festival. Hawkers sold T-shirts and hats that read, Trump 2028, suggesting Trump might be unbound by the Constitution and serve a third term. An ambulance was emblazoned with Trump Save the USA on the side. Lining the stage were signs including The Golden Age and 100 Days of Greatness and The American Dream is Back. I love it, said Charles Bryant, a 53-year-old from Shelby Township who had a career working at Ford and wore a Gulf of America t-shirt and a hat he got at the inauguration. He's making omelets, just shaking everything up. Tariffs, trade. He's confusing everybody. Ahead of the rally, Trump landed at nearby Selfridge Air National Guard Base, appearing alongside Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, a Democrat whom he has at times antagonized. She has long advocated for a new fighter jet mission for the state base, which Trump announced shortly after getting off Air Force One. I want to thank Governor Gretchen Whitmer for bringing it to our attention very strongly, Trump said. I'm not supposed to do that. She's a Democrat. She's done a very good job, frankly. Whitmer traveled to the White House earlier this month to lobby Trump for funding for Selfridge, a trip that turned out to be politically awkward for the potential 2028 presidential candidate. She was invited into the Oval Office for an unrelated event at which Trump signed executive orders that in part targeted political enemies. A New York Times photo later showed her covering her face from the camera while she was watching Trump from the perimeter of the room. Whitmer said she did not know ahead of time what Trump was planning to do in the Oval Office, and that she did not endorse his actions by attending. She has made light of the photo, but also defended the trip, saying it is her job to build a working relationship with the president to help her constituents. I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this recapitalization at Selfridge, she said. It's crucial for the Michigan economy. It's crucial for the men and women here, for our homeland security and our future. So thank you. I'm so grateful that this announcement was made today. Whitmer was at the base but did not join Trump at his rally. Democrats have largely struggled with an anemic and unorganized response to Trump's second term. Representative Shri Thanadar, Democrat Michigan, had put up billboards in the Detroit area calling for Trump's impeachment, but House Democratic Caucus Chairman Pete Aguilar, Democrat California, suggested Tuesday that House Democrats are not focused on impeachment and that it was unrealistic given Republican control of the House and Senate. Trump mocked Democrats during the rally. They have no confidence anymore as a party. They have no candidates.
Well, he's going to give us confidence. Dolomite, what do you mean you should have known it was some Trump poppycock? What is Trump poppycock? He's nothing but poppycock. He's a big box full of poppycock with peanuts. He's syrup coated poppycock. So I mean, he is president. So I mean, I gotta highlight what the president's doing,
as well as the efforts to impeach him. What the hell did I do that they want to impeach me? He said as the crowd laughed. Trump's support has eroded in a range of recent surveys conducted to gauge his first 100 days. In an NPR PBS Newsmarist survey, 45% of Americans gave him a grade of F, some 23% gave him an A, followed by 17% awarding a B, 8% a C, and 7% a D. In a Washington Post ABC
What would
News
what would
Ipsos
you
poll
give
released
him?
Sunday,
People in the
39% of
audience, what
Americans
grade
approve
would
of
you
how he is
give
handling
our
the
President
presidency,
Trump?
a decline
I'm
of 6
curious to
percentage
know.
points from February. The poll also finds broad disagreement with many
And
of his
don't grade
policies,
him on a
including
curve.
64% disapproving of how he is handling tariffs,
I
57%
know.
disapproving of how he
Hold
is
on one
managing the
second
federal
here.
government, and 58% saying they are
Dave, I'm sorry, Dolomite, I know what poppycock is. Now, do you know what poppycock is? Now, I'm going to show my age. Hold on one sec here. Give me one sec here. Did you know it's actually a snack rather than just meaning like foolishness? It can also be a snack. You turn the volume off. Did you know that, Dave? So not only am I a word master, I'm also a big fan of popcorn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute it because it's got music in the background. But basically, what you do is you take your popcorn and then you make caramel, uh, which is just basically browned sugar. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. I meant Dolomite. So poppycock is more than just foolishness. It's actually also a delicious snack. So yeah, it might be Danish, I don't know, but I mean, my father used to actually make it sometimes when we were kids. All you got to do is just make, basically sugar, water, and then brown it, and then pour it over popcorn, and you got a pretty handy little snack. Now, I don't know. Apparently, you got to use butter. But if anybody wants this video, I'm happy to drop it for folks to see. But brown sugar. I didn't know you put brown sugar in it. Well, I think my father used to do a different thing. This is corn syrup, Cairo. And that's salt. Shit, you know what? I've got the ingredients to make this stuff. And I also have popcorn. Could pop some popcorn myself and make this. Of course, I'm not really that into sweets, to be honest. Oh wow. I wonder what the baking soda does. Maybe it makes it lighter. It'll add air to it. Brown sugar's the key, huh, Lou? And vanilla. You know what? Maybe we ought to just dispense with the news and just watch snack videos. Too bad. I hate that we can't play this through because of the music. Yep. But everybody gets the idea. Oh, nuts. Damn. Pecans and what's that? Granola? Oh, shit. This looks really good. Holy cow. Oh, my Lord. You know what? I'm going to save this video. Holy cow. This makes Cracker Jack look lame. Holy moly. That that looks delicious. Oh wow. Well, don't say that you never learn anything on this Stanley versus the world thing, because you certainly do. I learned that I want to make this. All right, well, we'll move on. Let's see, what are we coming up to hours wise? Okay, we're at 3 hours. Yeah, well, you know what? There is nothing wrong with Rabbit Holes Dolomite, and you know what? I'm gonna have to thank you for sending me down that rabbit hole. This is not my daddy's poppycock. It's way fancier. So I will be making this fairly soon. I got to get pecans. I don't often come across them. So all right. Well, this is Lady Boulay, our favorite retired teacher and elderly person. This is what white women said about gold digging women. So we have to watch it. There's enough semi manosphere types to want to hear this.
Ask for something. She is a gold digger. Even if he has fathered a child with her and he's supposed to pay child support, even if it's just $40 a week, if she expects and demands that $40, she's a gold digger. So this is the kind of irresponsible and unaccountable behavior that has come from a lot of black men, especially broke black men. And they have this fantasy that white women are not gold diggers. White women don't want their money. Only black women want their money. And if black women dare to say anything about it, then they want to make a big announcement that that's why they don't date black women. But this is a recurring theme, and they say this over and over and over again. That's why they don't date black women, but they're still talking about black women. So my sister sent me this post from her Facebook page. Somebody had sent it to her, and I thought it was funny. And it's from someone named Kimberly Monique. This is what a black man said on TikTok. White women don't beg for money like black women and try to get things out of them, and they have a different mindset. That's why he prefers them. The white girls in the comments did not disappoint. So white women wanted to come in and do some straightening. I really believe that white women are getting tired of black men trying to weaponize them against black women, because what we see more and more is black women with white men, but white men are not trying to weaponize black women against white women. White men are not blaming everything in their lives on white women. If they have a horrible relationship with their mother, they move on with their own lives, grow up like men, and get on with their own lives. They don't hold white women responsible for them being losers and deadbeats. They just don't. And that's what I call being mature. So the center of this tweet is white women don't beg for money like black women. Okay, let's see what the white women said. This post has gotten 4,873 comments, mostly from white women. So the first white woman said, we're literally known for taking everything. Like, what? Now, that's really true, because even when Donald Trump got divorced from his first wife, he cheated on her with the second daughter's mother. And the first wife, Ivana Trump, said, don't get mad, get everything. And she got millions from Donald Trump. And so the next white woman said, wait until he finds out how much it costs to stay blonde. Okay? She's laughing so hard, she's crying over this. These white women know this guy is a joke. I'm even taking the change out of your cup
How much
holder.
does it cost to
As a
stay
white
blonde?
woman, I am very supportive of that money transfer. So black people are constantly talking about how wealthy black men transfer wealth to other communities. So this woman says she's very supportive of transferring that money to her community. So that sounds like somebody who wants money to me. Literally raised to find a man to pay for my life. all the bills, all my clothes, anything fun. And these are all white women. I'm sure some of them are trolling and having a good time with this, but they're really speaking what they think. Black men don't know anything about white women, and they need to stop trying to be an authority on white women. They just do. Okay, hi, I'm white and I take everything, LOL. Now, this person is obviously trolling, but it's still funny. I've never not taken money from a man. Cosmopolitan magazine is a magazine that's marketed to young, professional, upwardly mobile white women. Years ago, the editor of that magazine wrote a book called Having It All. And in that book, she said women should always date up. You should always date men who can help you to become financially successful. You should date men if you're dating a married man. She's even telling them you might have to start out dating married men so you can get the money to create the image and the persona that you need to attract single men with money. See, that's a strategy. And white women get taught that all the time. And they're not ashamed of it. The problem with black women is that nobody tells black women that. And then black men are apparently told they're so important that they shouldn't have to pay for anything. When you see a white woman with a broke man, white or black, it's because she can't do any better. They are trained and groomed to date and marry up. And I don't even know what black men are talking about. They don't even know white women. When I've been around white women all my life. I've worked with white women, and in my work life as a teacher, young white teachers would come into the school, and they're already engaged to be married. But by their second year of work life, they're married or they're getting married that summer. And their next goal is to work 2 or 3 years and then start on their family because once they have a baby, the goal is to be a stay at home mom. But they're working with their husbands to prepare financially so she can be a stay at home mom because once she is not working, the husband is going to foot the bills for the family. White men, white boys are raised to take care of a family. They are raised to have to pay bills, to pay for a car, to pay a mortgage, to buy groceries. White men are not raised to whine and complain and blame everything on women because life hasn't offered them a free ride. They also don't throw their seed around to anybody who will lay up with them and then pitch a hissy fit because a baby turns up and they got to help take care of it. And as hard as it might be for these type of black men to believe, some black men are actually raised to take care of a family. Men like my husband and my brothers and many others, especially down here in the South. They are taught that they're supposed to take care of a family, provide for a family with food, clothing, and shelter, educating children, and putting something aside for the next generation. Some black men are actually raised like that. This woman says, I get to wake up and look at the ocean every morning because I took everything in both of my divorces. Please do not play with me. They're not flattered by the fact that these men think they can take advantage of them because that's what it is. Hello, I'm a white woman. My mom drove around the park with me once and was like, you see all these men here? They're doctors and lawyers. These are the men you need to be around. I took that to heart. Every country artist has made a song about how we took the house, his truck, his kids, and the dog. We don't leave anything behind. I'm white, and I literally have never met a single white woman that doesn't have the take everything from men mindset. It's in our DNA. What is he on about? And remember the soccer player in England? He was from Senegal and he was engaged to marry a beautiful Senegalese woman before he left his country. But he was a good player and he got this big contract playing soccer in Europe. So he went over there and got the big head and got tied up with this white woman, married this white woman, had 2 children. And after she had those 2 children, it was time to go. So she divorced him and took everything, including the washing machine. because a big deal was made over the fact that he didn't even have a way of washing his clothes. He's going to have to go back to the laundromat. But she took everything. And I would say that if he had married a white American woman, she would have at least let him keep the washing machine. I believe she would have been that generous. But that woman in Europe, that European woman took everything. Then they had him on the media crying and carrying on, didn't have anything. And he went back and actually married the woman that he should have married in the first place. This woman says, I got married so I didn't have to pay for anything. And also, we're madly in love or whatever. This woman says, they're out here forgetting we take the house, the kids, the car, the best friend, and the child support. So these white women are having a ball with this guy, just trolling the heck out of him because he's way out in left field. He doesn't know them, and they know he doesn't know them. And the takeaway from this is if you like white women, get to know them. Get to know white women so you can talk on the internet, on TikTok, or wherever it is you want to run your mouth. You can tell the world what you like about them. And stop talking about black women. That's native. You're not required to love black women. Go with the women you like and be happy because it sounds like you're being spiteful when you're keeping black women in your mouth all the time. Go with what you like and be happy with that because black women are going to be all right. Believe it or not, black women are going to be all right. A lot of men like black women, and the more black men do
That's
stuff
right,
like
black women.
this,
You can always
they're
go
just
get a
giving
12th
other
man.
races of men an opening with black women, and they're taking it. They are taking it. So don't worry about black women. Be happy. Get to know the white women that you like and let us know what you like about them. How about that? Okay, y'all. Thank you for listening. Let me know what you think about the video. Give me a thumbs up and have a wonderful evening.
I figured that video would definitely get some attention. Dolomite, I know you're kidding. I'm no more a feminist. I mean, women can be stupid too. So, I'm not so much a feminist as much as I just like mocking some of this stuff in the quote black community. We bring on ourselves, pretending that there is like some homogenous, there's homogeneity within a black community, and there's just not. If you like white women, more power to you. If you like black women, more power to you. This is 2025. As long as you are a responsible adult, you should be able to live your life without too much interference. And I love people who like this Deacon Dave dude here. She is a master gaslighter. She was spot the fuck on. Okay, you just don't like that it hit too close to home. So that is Ms. Lady Boulay, and you know what? She hit a home run with this video, folks. Whether y'all want to admit it or not. So since we're doing videos, we might as well just finish up with videos. Let's see. I've done all my Thomas Sowell videos. Let's see. We'll do this video next. Now y'all may actually like this video. My buddy Aramiose Frimpong. And this goes back to the point that I was bringing up to Ryan, that the farther reaches of the American left have a lot in common and sometimes actually outright agreement with MAGA. So let's hear what Mr. Osei Frimpong has to say.
And I was just thinking that there may be no Negro in America, in this entire nation, as extraneous as Hakeem Jeffrey right now. When I mean the extraneous Negro, I'm talking about the guy in the Capitol building who cleans the baseboards once a week or waxes the floor has a more meaningful job in these United States than Hakeem Jeffries. He is the House Minority Leader. He is a House Minority Leader without a house. He's like a house Negro whose owners were kicked out of the house. Right now, he's, I guess, on the steps of the Congress having a powwow. And this man, not only does he not have any power, because you can have power without having a recognized role if you have a voice, but he has no voice. So he was anointed for this position because of his willingness to do what his corporate backers want him to do, but his corporate backers are talking amongst themselves about what they want him to do, and he's just twiddling his thumb because he didn't get the job because he has an idea of his own. This man has no political vision of his own. What he has is ambition to be a high carrot house Negro. And that's what he is for the Democratic Party, except the Democratic Party doesn't need one anymore. So he's just sitting out there, and there's a saying just sitting out there in the wind, holding his member. He's just he is just sitting out there without anything to say and without anything to do because he's not empowered by his own conscience to actually make a decision on his own. Right? Don't expect him to actually make a decision on his own. He's got bills to pay and mortgages and probably real estate ventures and aspirations, and his entire job is to be the mouthpiece of his backers, and his backers are figuring out what they want him to do. So it's not as if you can expect any sort of real leadership out of this House leader. Now, contrast this with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi actually had a mind of her own. She would actually be in the rooms and say stuff. Even if you don't believe in her political vision came from herself. She decided who was president and who was not. She's the one who picked off Joe Biden. Hakeem Jeffries couldn't pick off Joe Biden. Hakeem Jeffries, he wouldn't have the temerity. He wouldn't have the sense of anything to actually say no to Joe Biden or try to push him off. Now, I'm not a fan of the way Nancy Pelosi pushed off Joe Biden, but that was an exercise of power. That was a power grab. That was an exercise of power that Pelosi moved, saying, I don't want you to be the Democratic nominee. I want you to be the Democratic nominee. And Pelosi just did that. Hakeem Jeffries is not going to do anything. That's not his role. He is not that Negro. He is, it's not where you're from, it's where you're at. Yeah, he is the non-dream politician. Now, and it's funny because I was trying to figure out, could I think of a more extraneous Negro than Hakeem Jeffries right now? And so I Googled Hakeem Jeffries to find a picture. And would you believe I found a picture of 3 of them? Hakeem Jeffries next to Reverend Dr. Barber, next to Cory Booker. None of them were worthwhile. And I already did an interview years ago about how Barber is making a sham out of the Poor People's Campaign because he's just a functionary of the Democratic Party, which is itself not really serious about like securing people good jobs at fair wages or making the United States a little bit more democratic, right? So Barber is already a sham for a variety of reasons. These are all people picked by white ladies who are not in this picture. And these are all people calibrated for making white ladies comfortable because those are the ones who really matter. The anti-dream team. These 3 extraneous Negroes. 3 extraneous Negroes. Hakeem Jeffries, Dr. Barber, and Cory Booker. Cory Booker talked 25 hours about nothing. He would have done better reading from Mercer Baradoran's book and just read that for 25 hours. But that might make some of his white donors nervous. So they are just the House Negroes without a house. House Negroes whose owners were kicked out. And there they said, like, well, you just wait a while out there while you just wait a while out there while we figure out inside the house, inside our rented house, what we're going to do, right? So the real power brokers are out there. Democrats are out there plotting a next move, whatever that next move could be, to distract Americas for the fact that the Democratic Party is kind of worthless. And these guys aren't even in that room. They don't even have power in that room. They might let them sit there and take notes, but for the most part, when they're actually thinking and actually coming up with a plan, those guys are out of the room. And then they're brought in, and then they're told to execute the plan. They're not even in brainstorming sessions. You don't need Hakeem Jeffries in a brainstorming session because he's not there for his political brain. You don't even need Cory Booker or Reverend Barber for the political for brainstorming sessions. What are you going to hear? So I'm looking at the chat right now, and people want me to do a show on Shadura Sanders. Yeah, a draft story. I could do a story on that. I was thinking I'm gonna do a story on like what I saw at my youth track meet. My kids were at the state last weekend, and my daughter oldest won the 2 mile. My middle daughter won the 2 mile, and my 7-year-old. My oldest is 12. She won the 2 mile, won her 2 mile. And my middle daughter is 10 and, state champion, won her 2 mile. Now, my 7-year-old is, he's the one who at 7 years old ran a 5:54 mile. He came so close in the 800. He lost his 800 at 244.6, and the winner won 244.7. And I just had him in regular shoes. I should have had him in track shoes. I just, we're kind of a distance family, so I didn't really get the newest shoes. But I feel like for 0.2 seconds, I kind of fumbled as a father. For 8U at the state level, they don't have a mile. If it was a mile, he would have run away with them. But the closest was the 800, and that was it was such a good race. Hey, here he is. I was just telling him about your race. You lost it. Hey, kiddo. Hey, come on, say hi to the people. Say hi, people. Hi. Hold on. Yeah, my background. You got the background. Now, come on. Oh, all right, now, wait. Hi. Hi. So how fast did you run a mile 2 weeks ago?
5:54.
5:54. And how was state?
Good.
Yeah, well, I don't feel like seeing all of this.
The closest of the closest race. And if it was just a little bit longer, I think you would have caught him. I think you would have caught him. All right, so let me finish my show, and I'll be right upstairs with you. Okay? You're saying hi to the people. Hi, people. All right. And he also, if you don't know, he has the state record in cross country for the 2K. And you think you're going to break it again, aren't you? Yeah. I am. He is.
I'm going to break my own state record.
He's going to break his own state record because he's still in the same age division, the 8U, 800.
Well, the one thing Irony has not learned that children need to be seen, not heard,
even come close to it.
And never doing a YouTube show.
Right, let me finish this show. And what's up? We have packages? Yeah, you can open the packages.
We don't really
Oh,
care.
you're welcome. All right, so see you in a few minutes. All right, that is so that's my kid. I'll do, if you want, I can do a show about how I train him. But yeah, we train as a family, and my oldest daughter won the 2 mile because they do 2 miles for the 12. She's 13, 14, and my daughter, who's in the 11-12 age range, although she is 10, except she has a Christmas Day birthday, and it's a calendar year, so she's like the youngest person in her age bracket. But yeah, she won the 2 mile, and then if there was a mile, he would have won it, but we just had the 800, and he lost by 0.2 seconds. It was a race, man. It was a race. 0.2 seconds over 800, and if it was just a little bit longer, he would have caught up. Or if I had, maybe gotten him track shoes. All right, so Hakeem Jeffries as an extraneous Negro, and that's just the truth. He is he's extra. He can't do anything. He doesn't have the sovereign mind to actually come up with any ideas. He doesn't really care about governance. He's an empty shirt. And I should actually I'll do a different show about why Black people in his positions are kind of structured to be extraneous. You promote a quality of extraneous guy, and then it turns out that he is actually extraneous. He's just extra. There's no need for him. And then he doesn't have the character to actually come up with an idea. A good friend was talking about time she was working in, story's not public. Time she was working in DC, and there was another extraneous Negro running around, and his name, would you believe, was Maynard Jackson. Maynard Jackson ended his career, a sweetheart job with the DNC, and there was really nothing for him to do. There was no real relevant, because I think it was like kind of a fundraising thing, but if you're a fundraiser for Black people, we don't really have the funds anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So like he would just kind of walk around, kind of pop in the meetings, but like nobody really gave him any mind or actually gave him that much respect, because they knew that he didn't have any real juice and he was just an extraneous Negro. And that is Hakeem Jeffries right now. You're just an extraneous Negro. If Cory Booker walked in, I have nothing to say to him. I would like, get out of my way, Cory. You can't do anything for me, because anything that I need Cory Booker to do for me would tick off his bosses, and I know Cory Booker is not built for the kind of person to tick off his bosses. So, and the same with Evan Barber. So yeah, like I said, this is three blind mice, or three extraneous Negroes, three guys with the semblance of power, but no real power, because they don't have any sort of character to buck the trend, and they are just kind of extra, for the project of democratic governance, for the project of actually progressing this democracy, insofar as we want to call it one. So what I want you to do is, if you appreciate me talking like this, and I think you should, and you want to hear more about my kids' exploits, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, because that's how I get, track shoes for the kids and all of that. That's how we keep up this wonderful show we have right here. This is how I pay my daily bread. And I'm not going to sell you out to DraftKings or Underdog Sports or sports betting. No. You're going to get it straight from me to you. And that's going to happen if you go to www.funkyacademic.com. I read that book, The Three Extraneous Negroes. They are. I like Barbara. These guys, they are like, they're just extra. What juice is in this picture? You would think they'd have juice because they all have access to microphones, but they all have given assurances, almost blood oaths, to their donors that they would never actually say anything truly revolutionary in that microphone, right? So it's why I even give those guys a microphone. Like I said, the person cleaning the baseboards in the Capitol building has more power in the Capitol building than Hakeem Jeffries. That's a guy who will do what he's told, except right now, the people who used to give him orders have said, just wait and hush, or just wait and fill time. But don't say anything. So he's just an extraneous Negro. And I think we're actually positioned, and I will do a show on just how that's just a position of power broker Blacks in America. When you're out of, in Trump's America, where you're out of power, the liberals have lost power. Nobody needs to be nice to us. So what are you going to do? And doing things takes courage. So are you willing to actually tick off? Who are you willing to tick off? Right? So, those three extraneous Negroes, I wouldn't be surprised if all of them have mortgages that they still need to pay off, right? All of them have not just portfolios to grow. Cory Booker doesn't even have any kids, so like, who knows what he's trying to make money for. But I wouldn't be surprised if they have mortgages to pay off and debts. And as soon as you have debts to pay off, you're not free anymore. Now I'm about 5 years away from paying off my house here, and that'll be a nice day. By the way, I think I can pay it off faster if you go to www.funkyacademic.com. Actually, that money would probably plow into other places. But go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep giving you the quality of show that you need, that you didn't know you need, but you need it. You know you need. Like there's...
Yeah, usually towards the end of his shows, he just starts kind of ad-libbing and going into things that aren't that interesting. I'll skip ahead and we'll listen to the end to see if there's anything else he has to say. But I have a quick thing, and this is more for Deacon Dave, but everybody else in the audience. If you remember a little bit ago, a few minutes ago, I showed that little clip of a news story in Atlanta about that couple that the FBI, raided by accident. The FBI got the wrong address. Well, that Supreme Court case was heard yesterday. So I'm curious to know if it's about an hour long. Is that something folks would be interested in hearing? It's a black couple. FBI raided their house by accident and they sued. Basically, I think what they're looking for is the right to sue the government. And the Supreme Court case, again, was heard yesterday. I didn't realize that it had already been argued. We can either do that. I don't know that we're going to have time to do it today. Maybe we will. But it's something that I'll definitely do it tomorrow. Just listen to the whole case. Is that something? Put a 1 in the chat if that's something y'all would be interested in doing tomorrow, probably around this time. Or if not, it doesn't have to be done. But, we listened to a Supreme Court case or part of one the other day, and everybody seemed to have enjoyed it. So let me know. And just so you know, the Supreme Court of the United States.gov is their website, and all these cases that they hear are usually available the next day on audio. I think it's MP4 format or something like that. So in case anybody ever, needs to hear or would like to hear, I actually find those cases kind of fun to listen to. Not all of them, but the ones that are kind of like hot button type cases. If you're into like words and arguments and stuff like that, like I am, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'll draw. It's basically Supreme Court of the United States.gov. Kind of looks like that. And then this is their oral arguments page, where you can go, and they usually list the cases by week, like this week's cases so far up through yesterday. Actually, the 21st was last week. So they usually do about a week's worth of cases or so. And then they keep them historically. I mean, you can go all the way back to 2010. They've been keeping these oral arguments on record since in a audio format since 2010. So interesting stuff if you're into that sort of thing. And I am. So we'll go ahead and finish up with irony, and maybe we'll go right into that Supreme Court. It's about almost 8:00 here. We'll probably have time to do that. So let's skip ahead. Let's see what else irony. If he's just talking fluff, we'll move on. Oops, I thought I'd switch the video. My bad. Here we go.
The talking points in his email. Booker and Sharp. Yeah, I guess I could talk about Shannon Sharp. I could talk about so much in black media. It's like all of these places where the wrong people told you that those are the black people to look up to. Either in this space.
This is actually one of the things I like about Irami. He's never shy about, criticizing black people, but it's not so much. He tends to punch up, for starters. Okay, if you're going to talk about black people, talk about their leadership, talk about Hakeem Jeffries, talk about their icons, talk about Shannon Sharp, who I don't consider a leader, rather than punching down. So, I don't always agree with Irony, but I generally, if he says it, I'll definitely think about it. So this is the kind of critique of the quote black community that I like. Not all the fucking, all the fucking Uncle Remus bullshit.
Sir, and to get ahead, these are not the black people. These are not the droids you were looking for. These are not the black people you want, right? Like Shannon Sharp has always been not the sharpest tool in the shed, and that's why he was promoted the way he was, right? I mean, as a man who likes sex, even I wouldn't be able to suffer a 19-year-old.
Okay, let me make a quick comment here. Welp, if this is Ryan, if a black couple was accidentally raided by the FBI, I guarantee I know which card they will play. Well, the card they played, Ryan, is the Supreme Court card. Okay, basically they have fought this case all the way up to the Supreme Court. The case was heard yesterday. And you know what? It doesn't even have to be a racial thing. They fucking raided the wrong house. Okay? That's not a card. That's an FBI fuck up card. So not everything's about race there, Renato Manioni. Not everything's about race. There are more cards in the deck if you're smart enough to play them. So let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming.
And that's who he's dating because that's where his capacity is. So, yeah, someone wants to talk to me about the Carmelo Anthony incident. Carmelo with a K. I don't know. I would. Okay, so I will tell you something that's a little bit awful. In my my lizard brain, the worst part, I would, if I were like the worst human, I had so much fun at my kids' track meet. There would be there's a betting opportunity there. The way you get these parents like cheering for their kids, like if they it would only sweeten the money to put some money on it. It's awful. It's an awful thing to say and do, but yeah, I could totally see in a darker world, a youth sports betting market at the track meet as these kids are running down on a 9-year-old 50-meter dash. Because all the parents kind of know all of the times, and they, so it's got, and I know all of the other kids, so I would actually be a pretty good odds maker. But one, I'm not a huge fan of sports betting. Two, it's sports betting on 10-year-olds, on 9-year-olds. That would be a not the greatest calling. Considering I don't even take those kind of sponsorships for this show, but yeah. I'm going to talk about youth sports in a different show. I will not probably talk about Carmelo Anthony, but I will do a Shannon Sharp show because I think it's kind of a fascinating thing that happened. And what was the other show someone mentioned? Not the anti-dream team of Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker and this is the wrong kind of Three Musketeers. This is more not Three Musketeers, more like Three Stooges. Except everyone's curly. Maybe the wrong kind of Three Stooges. Like the anti-Three Musketeers, the gang who can't shoot straight. This is not someone you want. This is not the revolution you want, right? Led by these three. Yeah, that's just not true. And that's just how it is. So how about a critique of Sinners? Everyone loves Sinners, and it looks like From Dusk to Dawn, except a little bit better in black. I don't know if it's that deep of a movie. It looks like, Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just like. I mean, it looks cool, kinda. I think I'd rather do a critique of Andor. But yeah, it looks. Yeah, it's. If you, yeah, so it looks like From Dusk Till Dawn, which I liked. Two different movies, like immediately flipped into another movie, but like yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn, except black, which is fine. But I don't need to do a review of it. And I am. That's all you need to know. Like Hakeem Jeffries is an extraneous Negro.
All right. Well, he's extending the show here. This is what I was talking about. How does the FBI raid the wrong house? Timeline of Georgia home raid. Read a little bit of it. The U.S. Supreme Court is weighing a case that could have major implications for law enforcement accountability. That's actually the crux of it. Not race is any be brave acolyte would automatically jump to. At the center of the case is a 2017 FBI raid on a Georgia home that turned out to be the wrong address. It's led to a legal battle over whether the federal government can be sued. Here's what we know about the raid and the arguments now unfolding before the nation's highest court. What we know: U.S. Supreme Court is considering a case involving an FBI raid on a Georgia home that turned out to be the wrong residence. That's the couple right here. In October 2017, FBI agents broke through Trina Martin's door in Atlanta, Georgia, during an early morning operation. Per AP, FBI agents pointed guns at Martin, her former partner, Toy Clyott, and her 7-year-old son, Gabe. Then agents realized they were in the wrong place. The owners of the raided home looked to sue the federal government in 2019. Typically, the U.S. government cannot be sued due to sovereign immunity. However, the Federal Tort Claims Act makes exceptions and allows certain individuals to sue the government for damages. But the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals had ruled the lawsuit was barred by the Supremacy Clause of the United States. It's now the focus of a Supreme Court case where oral arguments were heard April 29th, yesterday. The case highlights a major legal question about government accountability tied to unwarranted law enforcement raids. Why did the FBI raid happen? The FBI was conducting a search for a gang suspect per a report from USA Today. The correct address was down the street. Clyott told local outlet WSB TV Atlanta in January that he believes the house was wrongly targeted because his home sits on the corner of the street and is the same shade, I guess, of paint as the targeted home. Nothing about race there. Wrong home. AP reported that the agent leader on the assignment said that his GPS pointed them to that house. Oh my God, you didn't look at the numbers though to verify? GPS isn't perfect. Some Supreme Court justices expressed skepticism about the FBI's position during oral arguments. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch questioned the FBI's defense. He said, "No policy says don't break down the door of the wrong house, don't traumatize its occupants." Per AP, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson suggested there may be some situations where law enforcement decisions should be shielded from responsibility, but added perhaps not here. So the Supreme Court's expected to issue a ruling in the case in this June or July. So nowhere in there does race come up. Isn't that interesting? Be brave, acolyte Manioni. And blacks all look the same. It's a simple mistake, except they were inside the house. You couldn't see them in the first place. River of hate. You know, that Achilles heel is showing. that illogical, non-critical thinking heel where your mother dipped you in the river of hate but had to hold you by the heel so the heel didn't get dipped. So I do have the Supreme Court case. I thought I had this. Oh, that's right. I do. Oops. I do have that Supreme Court case. We'll listen to a little bit of it. Let me go back through. We'll listen to a little bit of it, and then maybe if it's not very compelling, I'll just drop the link, and then people can listen to it on their own. Because I'm pretty much near everything I wanted to cover. I do have this story. I haven't looked at a driving around video in quite some time, and I ran across one that's kind of interesting, actually. Why Interstate 85 is the most important highway in the South. I would have never thought 85 was the most important. I would have thought maybe 81 would be. Of course, 81 turns into 85, I guess. I think it does. So let's see. What does Deborah say? Hey, Deborah, I've never seen you in this show's chat before. So welcome aboard. Let's see. You would think the FBI will be smart enough to look at you know what? I thought the same thing. Even though GPS, will tell you, oh, hey, take a right here. If you've ever been in an Uber, sometimes the GPS screens are a little bit deceptive. You'll think you need to turn here, but it's like the next street or two over. If you're a highly trained FBI agent, you don't just rely on the technology when every house by law tends to have a number on it. So the fire department, gets the right address, or ambulances. So you would think the FBI would make use of those big ass numbers. The numbers even have to be a certain size on the house. So it was probably a simple, honest mistake, but you know what? We should be expecting better from FBI agents. And, I know when I was in the military, you know what? A simple mistake does not mean you don't get held accountable for it, especially if it's a mistake, like a professionalism sort of mistake. You don't just rely on one thing. I'll give you an example. Back in the day, when I was in the Navy, even though we had GPS for navigation, you still had like redundancies to double check the GPS. You always keep a chart, even if you're crossing the Atlantic, you're keeping a chart. In addition to the GPS, you're always taking visual fixes when you have them, like on lighthouses or, that sort of thing. So even in the age of GPS, you still always have backup systems. And when I was in the Persian Gulf, we pulled up alongside a destroyer, and they were testing their fire control radars, and our GPS unit, which is up on a mast, above the ship, it got zapped. So we basically had to navigate without GPS. And if GPS was the only way we knew how to do it, we would have been dead in the water. So same thing with land navigation. When I was in Army ROTC in college, that land navigation, knowing how to basically plot your way along a map. We had GPS back then, but we never used it. You literally have to be able to, with a compass, a map, and a straight edge, you should be able to navigate your way from one point to another within a few, within 100 feet or something, whatever the margin was. So, you know, the FBI saying, oh, hey, the GPS sent us this way. I don't see how that's going to fly. Now, I still think that the FBI is going to win this. I think it's going to be 5-4. I just don't know which way. Having Neil Gorsuch, oddly enough, is the sort of guy who's going to question, you know, authority a lot, or the competence of authority. So I'm heartened that he's asking hard questions, but I think it's going to be 5-4 for the FBI. But I'm not going to bet on it. So let's see. Really? Probably a woman that screwed up the raid. What is it with these? What is it with this misogyny, this red pill stuff that keeps like seeping into the chat? Burn down LA, crash a helicopter, raid the wrong house. Sounds like strong woman behavior to me. You know what? Cherry picking little incidents sounds like a woman to me also, River of Hate. So, you know what? You could be what you're criticizing. So anyway, let's go ahead and listen to a little bit of this FBI raid thing. And I've also said that, you know, a lot of times when I get into, you know, discussions or debates or whatever you want to call them on this during the show, I'm a big fan of their type of Socratic method, if you want to call it that. You know what? You better know your shit, okay? And they might interrupt you. Two of them might interrupt you. You need to be able to think on your feet. And I've always been a fan of this style of back and forth.
362, Martin versus United States. Mr. Giacomo?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Congress amended the Federal Tort Claims Act in 1974 to ensure a legal remedy for the intentional torts of federal police. The text of the law enforcement proviso is phrased affirmatively as a freestanding rule. With regard to acts or omissions of investigative or law enforcement officers of the United States government, the FTCA shall apply to any claim arising out of 6 intentional torts. The United States is therefore liable for these intentional torts when committed by FBI agents empowered by law to execute searches, seizures, and arrests. Petitioners bring the claims Congress expressly permitted, but the 11th Circuit held that sovereign immunity bars them. As a result, the court asked the parties to address 2 questions. First, whether the Supremacy Clause bars FTCA claims. The answer is no, and the parties agree. As a federal statute, the FTCA is protected by federal supremacy, not restricted by it. Second, whether the discretionary function exception is categorically inapplicable to proviso claims. The answer is yes, for 2 distinct reasons. Read in harmony, the provisions cover different categories. Once a plaintiff satisfies Section 1346b(1) by alleging the elements of an intentional tort, the discretionary function exception does not apply because intentional torts require unlawfulness. There's no such thing as a discretionary intentional tort. Right in hostility, assuming interstatutory conflict, the text, informed by familiar canons of construction in this court's precedent, demonstrates that Congress gave the proviso's waiver of sovereign immunity the last word. The proviso is the clearest statement of liability in the entire FTCA. So the government's argument in this case and the 11th Circuit's holding below invite a simple question. If even proviso claims Congress amended the statute to affirmatively guarantee are barred by sovereign immunity, what is left of the Federal Tort Claims Act? I welcome the court's questions.
How broadly does the proviso extend?
Well, if this court reads the proviso in harmony with the discretionary function exception, it doesn't expand any more broadly than it needs to make sure that those 2 don't come into conflict. But if the court presumes that there is conflict, Your Honor, then it would supersede the other exceptions.
So in this case, how would it apply?
In this case, it would apply because the court would simply say the discretionary function exception doesn't apply to this category of claims. The law enforcement proviso does, And that's the end of the analysis for the second question presented.
So how do we know in statutory interpretation how far a proviso like this applies?
Well, Your Honor, there are a number of statutory canons of construction, and I think the answer to this specific question here is we know that it extends beyond simply subsection H because Congress stated it as an affirmative freestanding rule as opposed to somehow being parasitic to the language before it in subsection H.
Well, wouldn't you expect it to be placed someplace other than in one subsection after a colon?
So I would say as a general rule, Your Honor, the answer would probably be yes. But the reason the answer is no here is because when Congress enacted the law enforcement proviso, it understood that the only barrier to liability for the United States was the intentional torts exception, meaning Congress's understanding of the discretionary function exception is the same as the one I'm articulating here today.
And you get that from what? The legislative history?
No, Your Honor, we get it directly from the language of the law enforcement proviso, but the legislative history, or at least the context in which this amendment was made, make very clear that our interpretation is the correct one.
But I guess I don't understand why in absolutely every case you say the two are mutually exclusive. I mean, isn't there a possibility? I mean, I completely understand your view that on the facts of this case, given the origins of how the law enforcement proviso came into being, it was a wrong house raid scenario, just like the one that you are addressing here. I understand how you say that this should not be a situation in which the claims are barred. But does reaching that conclusion require us to say that there can never be a situation in which the discretionary function exception applies in the law enforcement context? That seems to be what you're saying. Those two are just totally separate. And I wonder whether the kinds of policy determinations that I thought the discretionary function was about could arise in some law enforcement circumstances, albeit perhaps not here.
So let me say a few things, and then maybe we can have a dialogue about how this would operate. But to answer your question, no, certainly the petitioners in this case do not need this broader rule to be articulated for us to win this case. This is the quintessential proviso case. This is the type of case that motivated Congress, as we know from all the news coverage and the language of the statute, to enact the proviso. But of course, we're offering this answer in response to the second question that the court granted here, which is asking categorically how these two things interact. But to get then to that question, it's simply the case that, as we can see from this court's precedent addressing the discretionary function exception and the broader intentional torts exception since 1946, there's been no overlap even between those categories. And so now we're moving into the space with intentional torts committed by law enforcement officers, where there simply can't be a situation where you're exercising the type of discretionary function that the exception in 2680A covers, where you're also somehow committing an intentional tort, because those intentional torts will all hinge on some portion of the elements or defenses being there's a lack of legal justification, there's no probable cause, or something along those lines.
So I don't think it was quite fair to say that everybody agrees on the first question. Amici doesn't agree on the first question. But putting that aside, because Amici could address Wynn, and I understand your argument on that first question, I believe it's that Wynn, which was the basis of this circuit's decision, was a case involving state law conflict with federal law. There's no conflict here because federal law is what makes the officers liable, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So there can't be a sovereign immunity preemption of federal law itself.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Now, going to the second point. There are 12 exceptions besides the law enforcement exception at issue here. I don't think you quarrel with the proposition that if a police officer assaults someone in a foreign land, which is another proviso among those 12, that the intentional tort provision would not control, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What you're asking us to do is to say 11 of the 12 other exceptions are still operative against the law enforcement proviso, but only this one, the discretionary one, is not. Is that your position?
Not quite, Your Honor.
Well, but that's what it sounds like to me, because if the other 12 are applicable, because the text itself of the law enforcement provision says that the provisions of this chapter, and the chapter includes all 12 of the other exceptions, shall apply to any claim for a police officer's assault and battery.
Yes, so if I could clarify what I mean, Your Honor. As we articulate in the briefs, we have two separate paths and two different interpretive methods for how the court could address QP2. On the first path, which is the harmony approach, there is not any overlap between provision A and subprovision H. And so you don't need to get into what to do if there's a conflict. If the court, as the government asks, assumes that there's a conflict here, even though none was found below in the 11th Circuit, then our analysis would extend beyond the reach of subsection H. And to address your specific textual question about the language of Chapter 171, the government actually agrees with us at footnote 3 of its brief, where it says the appropriate natural reading of that means that the Chapter 171 other than Section 2680. And the reason why that's the case is because that same language appears in the preamble of Section 2680, and it also appears in subsection C and subsection H. And so to take the position that subsection 2680 would cancel itself out would require the court to read that language differently in the preamble than how it would read it in subsection C and H.
It does seem to me that what you're asking us to do is to answer the question we didn't grant cert on.
So
you're asking us to say that an intentional tort is never discretionary. As Justice Ketanji Jackson mentioned, I'm not quite sure that's true. The case involving the Secret Service agent who arrested someone who appeared to be threatening a protectee. Under state law, if that person was not engaged in conduct that directly appeared to be threatening, that might not be an intentional tort, a false arrest. And yet, I think there's enough measure of discretion of deciding when someone could be a threat to the president or to some other protectee that would fall within the discretionary.
So let me respond in a few ways, Your Honor. First was your note about the scope of the second question presented.
Hey, Deborah, I wanted to speak to sovereign immunity. The government is generally immune from being sued, with some exceptions. And they're trying to decide whether something like this accidental raid counts as an exception. So basically, I know this has happened before, I'm sure, but anyway, so the government is generally immune from being sued. There are like exceptions. The government can basically waive the right to immunity. They're just trying to figure out whether this is this should be an exception, or if this fits in with one of the other exceptions. Hey, what's up, roller skater Texas girl?
I would say that our arguments here fall squarely within that scope because, as we explained, to understand whether there's a categorical application of one provision to the other, of course, we need to know what the categories are to see if they overlap at all. And that's not some sort of word games from us.
Wow.
If you read the government's bio
for the
at pages 21 and 22, where they propose the language for what this court ultimately adopted as QP2, they follow on with the next sentence explaining that what's wrong with our position is that it mischaracterizes the scope of the discretionary function exception. And so that question is not only explicitly in the language of question presented.
I'm not sure, because there's a huge circuit split and a lot of judges talking about how to define that as the discretionary exception. Judge Bibas has a wonderful concurrence in which he says it's been read too broadly.
Yes.
I might be sympathetic to that argument, okay? But I don't know whether we should be answering it.
So So I agree that the court shouldn't be answering that broader question. And to clarify, in our cert petition, we relied on Judge Bibas's articulation of there being 3 separate circuit splits. We offered a 4th as well. And the one articulated in Section 2A of our cert petition is the one we're talking about here, this question of whether the law enforcement proviso and the discretionary function exception interact, and if so, what happens. And this court, of course, granted on that narrower question, which now asks the court only to consider what to do with intentional torts and torts that are committed by law enforcement officers, as opposed to the entire sphere of negligent torts that would also potentially come
if the government does wrong, they do restitution.
Sensible approach be to say
currently our
you might lose
our
on whether the
president
proviso
is refusing
applies
to bring
outside
back
of H,
a guy that
and
was
send it back
mistakenly deported
for further consideration of the discretionary function arguments that you've made before us, that Judge Bibas has raised, and that are the subject of I don't know how many circuit splits. Wouldn't that be a sensible course?
So the reason I would suggest that the court doesn't take that approach, Your Honor, is that that would effectively be the court overruling the Nguyen decision, but leaving in place all the other bad decisions like Shivers.
We would leave in place everything as we found it, to be sure. And I don't doubt that there's an interesting circuit split that might merit our attention sometime soon. But this is an awkward vehicle to address it, given that it really wasn't teed up for us that way because of the peculiar nature of circuit law below.
So I would say, Your Honor, as the government argued in its bio for asking this separately phrased question to be taken, it said this is actually the threshold question, not for QP2.
I understand that, but I think it thought a different version of it was the threshold question, and that is how far does the proviso extend? Does it extend beyond H?
Well, Your Honor,
I can understand how you'd read it differently, but I think that's what the government was asking us to decide.
Well, Your Honor, I would just point out again, at the bio at 21 and 22, they articulate this point, and they say that resolving this question of QP2 is threshold to QP1 because the 11th Circuit's articulation of the Supremacy Clause bar is effectively just an importation of what it understands the discretionary function exception to be. And so if this court were to only address QP1, it would essentially be resolving the question only for the 11th Circuit, but leaving all the other circuits.
I would answer both QPs, I think, but I'm wondering whether saying the proviso doesn't extend beyond H, but leaving you to argue below that the discretionary function exception doesn't include unconstitutional acts, intentional torts. And that would be something you could argue below. Now, if I can just, you can respond to that, but before I let you go.
Yeah, I looked this up, Deborah, and I'll just read a little bit of it. Just looked up sovereign immunity exceptions. Sovereign immunity generally protects governments from being sued without their consent, but there are several exceptions. One exception is when the government has explicitly waived its immunity, either through legislation or by agreeing to be sued. There's one down here. Furthermore, right here, it says, furthermore, sovereign immunity does not apply in cases involving human rights violations such as torture, genocide, or enslavement, at least when Americans sue foreign sovereigns in American courts. So, you know, human rights violation, torture, genocide, I'm assuming they also mean, you know, loss of life. You know, if it's, under, you know, if the government wrongly kills somebody, I'm pretty sure that would fall under human rights violations. So anyway, there are exceptions, and as you heard in a few minutes ago in the court in the session, there are 12 of them. And there can be more if the government consents or either somehow verbally, I guess, or by legislation. And what they're trying to figure out is whether there was some constitutional right violated by this particular raid. And, you know, the part about, you know, hey, you're just kind of going about your morning. Your 7-year-old is in the next room, and all of a sudden the the FBI comes busting in and they've got like weapons trained on you. I'm sure there's a right violated somewhere in there. And I mean, those guys, they're not kidding. If she'd flinched, she could very well be, shot. So there we go. What's up, CKJ?
What's going on, Stanley? Good morning.
Good morning. Doing my nerdy best to bore everybody, listening to a Supreme Court case.
Oh, okay.
I did a story earlier, a few hours ago, about this couple in Atlanta. The FBI raided the wrong house. So they decided, this is back in 2017, so they decided to sue. And the first couple, at the district level and the circuit court level, they basically said, hey, the government is immune from being sued. Well, I don't know where they found the money, or maybe it's some pro bono and, they're just wanting to use this as a test case. I'm sure that is the case. But this has made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. Black couple, Atlanta, all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the case was heard yesterday. So they're trying to decide if this situation is suable.
How do you get the wrong address?
Well, the FBI, I read a summary of it. The FBI's the leader of the team basically said that that's the house the GPS pointed to. However, he was a block off, and they're thinking one of the occupants of the house is thinking, well, hey, this is the same color as the house down the block. The house is on the corner. I guess the other house is on a corner. They just basically got the wrong corner, and it happened that both houses are the same color. But you know what? I just went over this with Deborah. It's like, you know what? Even when I was in the Navy, I told a story about GPS, and you always have backup to your GPS, and you always just use common sense. Most places have a law where you have to have letters on or numbers on your house big enough to be seen from the street, for fire and ambulance. So to me, it's common sense. Even if the GPS is pointing to the right house, you want to look at the numbers on the mailbox or the house or something just to verify. No, it was beige.
Yeah, I agree with
Silk
you.
red, kind of a stucco color.
So that's what you were saying. Like if the person would have flinched, if they would have shot, something could have happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, they broke down the door. They didn't knock. They busted. They were after a drug dealer or something, so they busted down the door, came in with weapons drawn. So there was a couple there and a 7-year-old in the other room, but apparently the female was the one. When they busted down, they had weapons on her. Like instantly, can you imagine like drinking your morning coffee and all of a sudden you got all these weapons pointed at you?
I'm more concerned about the kids seeing it,
Well, yeah, the kid was in the other room, but what if that woman had just made the wrong move?
Yeah.
But as it turns out, like almost within a couple minutes, they realized they had the wrong house. So the upshot was, oh, we apologize. Here's a card if you have any complaints, and they left. I'm like, well, motherfuckers, if you broke my door, you best be fixing it. I want to know, did they even fix the door? If you use that battering ram thing, you can just do some major damage to the door and the frame.
What's the gun laws down there, Stanley? Like if somebody's breaking into your house, and what if you?
Well, it's the FBI. I mean, they thought that was official police business, I guess.
You don't know. You hear some noise and somebody, you grab your weapon and then you go and shoot or, draw your weapon. Like that could have caused a lot of stuff,
Well, I don't think they had any forewarning, no noise. They were just there. You know how cops will sneak up, you know, and be stealthy and all.
That's crazy.
Well, it's scary, but you know, the point I'm making is that, you know, they wanted to sue. They were told they couldn't. So I'm kind of proud they took it all the way up to the Supreme Court. They meant business. And from what I'm understanding, at least Gorsuch is kind of sympathetic to the case. And it actually almost sounds, I don't know. I was thinking that the cops would come out on top, but the few minutes I've been listening to this, I'm not so sure. I think it's going to be 5-4 for the FBI, but if it's 5-4 the other way, or even better, it wouldn't surprise me. But you know, I'm just thinking the FBI. And anyway, you know, it's just another opportunity to listen to the Supreme Court and get away with it. Because I find this kind of exciting. I don't know. I know there are a couple people that actually like these cases. This one's kind of mundane compared to the last one we listened to. So you know what I'll do is I'll copy the link for this and drop it into the audio, drop it into the chat if anybody wants to finish listening to it on your own. This is Martin. I think it's Martin versus the United States. Martin.
Texas, Stanley. I heard the other kid down there in Texas. I heard he got off.
Which one?
The Casey case, the one John was looking for me for. I heard he got off.
He got. I haven't heard anything on it.
Unless I seen something wrong on Twitter, but I heard he found out.
I can't see how he got off without a trial.
Well, he was. They was going through trial. The case was going on.
Oh no! You're not talking about the Carmelo Anthony case. You're talking about the other one.
The other case that I was telling John about, and he was saying like the cases weren't the same. And I was like, well, you got high school kids in Texas. It was a stabbing. You know, and I was just saying like this case may play into Carmelo Anthony case if he gets off.
I'd be surprised if it did. I mean, there are always going to be differences. You know, nothing's exactly the same. There we go. All right. Well, I got one more video, which is probably no more exciting than that Supreme Court case was. But again, I kind of like doing the Supreme Court cases because a lot of times I get criticized for interrupting people, etc. You know, my style of argument is just like, you know what, think of it as almost like the dozens. You know, you get up here, you want to make a political point, just know your shit, because it's rough and tumble up here. I'm not going to go easy on somebody just because, especially when it gets hot and heavy. You know what? Just know your shit and you'll be okay. So the final piece of business here is why Interstate 85 is the most important highway in the South. You didn't use 85. How did you come down to Florida, just out of curiosity? Did you catch 75?
No, we flew.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's right.
We drove.
Well, 85.
Jekyll's Island. We drove to Jekyll's Island, but we flew into Florida.
I see. Well, 85 goes through the heart of Atlanta, literally through the heart of Atlanta. And I've taken it mostly going from Greenville to Atlanta. Sometimes I've taken it when I've gone 85 to I-16. Well, actually, it's 85 to I-75 to I-16, I think, going to Savannah from Greenville, South Carolina. I've taken 85 coming down through Charlotte. I think it's Charlotte or somewhere. Let's see, Raleigh. Yeah, it does go through Charlotte. So I've taken from Virginia, I've taken 81 to hit 85. and then 85 over to Atlanta. So, 85 is pretty important, but I would never have called it the most important interstate in the South. So I just want to see why these guys are saying that.
Interstate 80.
Oh, and by the way, these videos by Mileage Mike, I've probably been a few months since we've looked at any of his videos, but he's the guy who will go driving through small towns and stuff like that, just kind of videotaping, what it's like to drive around that small town. So we're gonna revisit Mileage Mike.
85, the main highway of the South. While Interstate 95 is the big dog in Virginia and points north, and again in Florida, it is Interstate 85 that takes the reins in the heart of the South, connecting all three of North Carolina's top metro areas, South Carolina's upstate, the unofficial capital of the South, Atlanta, as well as
I didn't know you lived in Greensboro.
Cities, Montgomery, Alabama. So what is it like to drive on the South's main highway? Well, I have traveled on this one more times than I can count, especially the portion between Atlanta and Durham. And on this video, I'm going to tell you what you can expect when you travel on Interstate 85. But before we get into that portion, let's talk about the history of I-85. Now, like the other interstates we've discussed thus far, Interstate 85 is for the most part a roadway that did not exist at all prior to the interstate highway system, at least as a freeway. Interstate 85 was one of the originally planned interstates. Its planned route from day one back in 1957 was the current route from Montgomery to Petersburg, Virginia. The northern half of the route from Petersburg to Catawba Indian Territory. The northern half of the route from Petersburg to Catawba Indian Territory, which is today roughly the Augusta area, followed an ancient Indian path. Virginia actually had the only pre-interstate section of I-85, which was the southern end of the Richmond-Petersburg Turnpike. This section of 85 was built with revenue from toll bonds and did not use any federal funds, and the tolls were actually removed in 1992. Former overhead signs in the area also used to help Northerners figure out which part of the South they wanted to go to, as the I-95 section was signed for Miami and I-85 for Atlanta. As of today, this overhead sign has been removed for some reason. In North Carolina, there weren't any turnpikes or other full-scale toll routes, but the state had already begun designing or building bypass routes around some of its cities. Some of those, such as the Lexington bypass, did eventually become part of an interstate. One significant portion of I-85 in North Carolina is the long concurrency with I-40 between Greensboro and Durham. This section actually was only planned to be I-85, as I-40 originally terminated at I-85 in Greensboro. It was later extended to Raleigh, which was originally left out of the interstate highway system altogether, and later it went to Wilmington.
Interesting.
In recent decades, North Carolina moved I-85 from its route into Greensboro and placed it onto a new bypass south of the city. This helped alleviate pressure on the dangerous interchange with I-40 that ran through the city and became known as Death Valley. Also of note is the former I-85 business or I-85 green route. This was the old temporary path of I-85 while the current portion was being constructed. It was then decommissioned altogether in 2019. And as of 2023, no more signage for the old green 85 can be found. The first section of I-85 built in North Carolina with federal money was the Charlotte bypass in 1958. This route was also known as the US 29 bypass, as that is the route that I-85 was to eventually replace in the area. Once the money was in place, North Carolina got to work quickly with the entire route through the state completed by January 1972. In South Carolina, I-85 was also to follow the US 29 corridor, with the first section opened in 1959, which followed a newly widened portion of US 29 from Spartanburg to the North Carolina state line. South Carolina also made haste in completing Interstate 85, with the highway fully opened in the state by 1967, making it the first interstate to be completed by South Carolina. In Georgia, one thing you'll notice is that I-85 does not follow along US 29 to Athens before Atlanta. Instead, it travels on a more northern path. This was not the original plan, as the highway was indeed supposed to travel to Athens and connect the University of Georgia with Atlanta. However, then Governor Ernest Vandiver changed the route to travel through his home county of Franklin. So as you can see, I-85 misses both Gainesville and Athens and instead travels in between them. Just goes to show the power of governors when it comes to infrastructure. Much of the route in the Atlanta area was already completed in the 1950s as a 4 to 6 lane expressway, while the section between LaGrange and Newton was not done until 1977. And in Alabama, it was no surprise that the state's chosen path for I-85 in Montgomery involved race. Initially planned to pass south of the city, I-85 was eventually chosen instead to run through the city's wealthiest black neighborhood at the height of the civil rights movement in the area. Gotta love Alabama, eh? Now that we know a little history of the route, what is it like to drive on I-85? Well, I like to go south to north, so we'll kick it right off here in Montgomery, Alabama, the heart of the South. In Montgomery, I-85 begins at an interchange with I-65 and Day Street. The control city position is already occupied by Atlanta, as the route doesn't pass through any other places worthy of being control cities between here and there. One thing you have to credit the Deep South for is the well-chosen control cities. This is the controversial section of the roadway mentioned earlier in the video. It is also called the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Expressway, and from a road standpoint, it is high quality. Of note, east of Montgomery is the interchange with Alabama 108. Right now, it just looks like a short stub route, but this route is actually planned to eventually become an outer loop around the city and will likely get an interstate designation. I-85 is also planned to be eventually extended from Montgomery over into neighboring Mississippi. And these will all be done once the state can find the money for it, of course. Heading out of Montgomery, you pass by Tuskegee, where you can check out the Tuskegee Airmen History Site. Then there's Auburn, home of the major university of the same name. Outside of this area, you're going to see trees, lots of trees. The greenery might be a shock to some of my folks in the western U.S. And once you cross the Chattahoochee, you're in Georgia, the Peach State. Immediately upon entering Georgia, you won't notice much of a difference from Alabama. Outside of the Atlanta area, they look quite similar, actually. The first major town you pass is LaGrange, and shortly after that, we encounter one of the longer auxiliary interstates in Interstate 185, which takes you down to Columbus and Fort Benning. After that, it's all quiet in rural Georgia as we are on a standard 4-lane freeway. In the Newnan area, the highway expands to 6 lanes. At this point, we are actually already in the Atlanta metro area. Yep, it reaches that far south. And north of Newnan, the roadway again opens up to a whopping 8 lanes. I wouldn't even be surprised if Georgia eventually gets I-85 to 3 lanes or more throughout the entire state in the near future. Then we cross exit 56 for Collinsworth Road and enter Fulton County, the home county of Atlanta. Now, Atlanta and traffic go hand in hand as they are practically like peanut butter and jelly. And to no surprise, more and more cars just seemingly start to appear out of nowhere as you head towards the city. As soon as we cross into the city of College Park, we encounter a gigantic interchange with I-285, the Perimeter Highway. This is an auxiliary route of I-85 that forms a beltway around Atlanta. I-85 kind of weaves in with 285 here, with the highway traveling between the two directions of 285. In this area, we also pass next to the Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport. Not only is it the busiest in the United States, but also the entire world. It's like its own little city in there. After the airport, we surprisingly drop down to 3 lanes on each side. But not to worry, you will soon be driving on one of the widest freeways in America. Signage for I-75 to Atlanta appears, and before you know it, we are joining in with this other major interstate highway. Boom! 12 to 14 lanes across. This super wide freeway is known as the Downtown Connector and is infamous for its large number of general purpose lanes and traffic congestion. As we head north, behold the spectacular view of the Atlanta skyline approaching the interchange with I-20. On the Downtown Connector, we have a rare situation where 2 major interstates ending in 5 or 0 were routed through the downtown area of major city together. Now, we're talking about things from a novelty, engineering, and views perspective. There's a lot to love about this drive. You simply don't experience this type of urban driving in most places. However, a good lesson was learned about traffic flow in urban areas. The Downtown Connector demonstrates that when possible, it is better to have multiple smaller roadways to disperse traffic than one gigantic roadway to funnel all of the traffic into. I'd argue that a 6-lane Downtown Connector and a 6-lane Georgia 400 would have been more effective than the 14-lane Downtown Connector. In this area, we'll pass by buildings such as Georgia Power, the state capitol, and Georgia Tech. And then finally, I-75 departs to continue due north, while I-85 takes a northeastern turn. Our next major exit is for Georgia 400, which can take you to Atlanta's Buckhead neighborhood and other suburbs north of Atlanta. An express lane is available here for a fee if you want to bypass traffic. At our second encounter with I-285, we have this massive interchange commonly known as Spaghetti Junction. The Atlanta area definitely has the most impressive stack interchanges in the South outside of Texas. After this point, we are in the Atlanta suburbs of Gwinnett County, and I-85 has 5 general purpose lanes and an express lane. In this area, we can see the 2 compromised freeways that were eventually built by Georgia to make up for I-85 bypassing Athens. Interstate 985 takes you to Gainesville, while Georgia 316 runs to Athens. And after Interstate 985, we are down to 6 general purpose lanes with an express lane in the middle. Hamilton Mill Road marks the interchange where we finally revert back to a 4-lane rural freeway. But not to worry, the wider 85 keeps creeping further and further north as more and more people keep moving to the Atlanta area, and its sprawl reaches across a vast amount of territory. There are no major cities along I-85 in this part of Georgia, and our control city is now Greenville, South Carolina. And after passing small towns such as Carnesville and Livonia, we cross the state line. Crossing into South Carolina, we cross Lake Hartwell, a man-made lake that marks the start of the Savannah River. Interstate 85 is one of the few interstates that when you cross into South Carolina, there isn't a noticeable drop in quality. You know it's an important roadway when even South Carolina spent the money to keep it in good condition. I-85 bypasses Anderson, but that city can be accessed with US 29, and Clemson can be accessed with US 76. I-85 expands to 6 lanes this far south, and US 29 joins us in the approach to Greenville. Just outside of Greenville's borders, we encounter Interstate 185, the most useless toll road in America. The section into the city works just fine and is toll-free, while the tolled portion takes you on an out-of-the-way journey around Greenville suburbs and even has cash toll booths to make it even slower. Greenville, South Carolina has a city population of only 70,000, yet it actually is the largest metro area in the state at 928,000 people. A good example of why city populations are useless for telling you how large an area is. South Carolina's restrictive annexation laws make its cities appear much smaller on paper than they actually are in reality. So if you hop off of 85 and take a stroll into town, you'll be surprised to see a pretty lively downtown area. The major interchange in Greenville is with Interstate 385. This is a longer spur route that runs southeast to meet I-26 towards Columbia, or you can take the other direction and head into downtown. The I-85 corridor in South Carolina is known as the upstate area and has gotten very popular as a location for large companies relocating to. BMW is noted for its manufacturing facility in the South Carolina upstate. The other city of the upstate will appear as a control city once you're in the upstate, and that is Spartanburg. Now, Spartanburg isn't as large as Greenville, but of note here is the interchange with Interstate 26 and the I-85 business loop. There's also an interstate orphan here known as I-585. I-585 was orphaned when I-85 was moved from the business loop to its current routing further from the city. Between Spartanburg and the North Carolina state line, this section of 85 used to be the most painful portion of the trip between Atlanta and Charlotte. But South Carolina has been working hard to upgrade it to 6 lanes in recent years, and the project is almost completed. It's amazing how fast these roads can be upgraded when there are big businesses located along the route. In this area, Interstate 85 bypasses most of the small towns, and US 29 hangs around if you want to check those out. Then we cross into North Carolina, where we actually lose a lane and drop back to 4. US 29 rejoins temporarily and departs again with US 74 at this complicated interchange in Kings Mountain. In Gaston County, I-85 functions as the bypass route, while US 29 travels through the city. Gaston County is part of the Charlotte metro area, and you can tell as the 6-lane I-85 is heavily traveled here. With I-85 being the most important highway in the state, it is 6 lanes or more from this point all the way to Durham. North Carolina is currently planning to widen this section starting early next year. Once we cross the Catawba, we are in Mecklenburg County, the home of Charlotte, and the roadway expands to 8 lanes. You'll see a big relief in congestion in this part compared to the Gaston County portion. Like Atlanta, I-85 has a Beltway auxiliary route in Charlotte. Here it is I-485, and also like Atlanta, the southern interchange with the Beltway, and I-85 is the location of the airport. Charlotte really is baby Atlanta, huh? And as we discussed earlier in the video, I-85 was built as a bypass of the then developed portion of Charlotte, while US 29 travels towards the core of the city. Before leaving the airport area, we encounter Billy Graham Parkway, a limited access highway that forms part of a loop around Charlotte known as Charlotte 4, the only such occurrence of a city having its own numbered highway. Of course, Charlotte is the only city that is so in love with itself that it created its own highway. Loop 4 isn't signed from the interstate, so you won't see signage for it unless you're actually driving on it. Going northbound, the interchange with North Carolina 16 or Brookshire Boulevard is signed for downtown Charlotte. And next we encounter I-77, another north-south interstate. This one travels south next to downtown Charlotte, or can take you north to the popular Lake Norman area. I-85 in Mecklenburg County is a pretty smooth drive despite the crazy growth of the Charlotte area. North Carolina really planned well with this one, which is the opposite of I-77, which has the busiest section of roadway in the state between downtown and the South Carolina state line, yet only has 6 lanes of capacity. After the I-77 interchange, we have Sugar Creek Road, which you can find some interesting activities occurring out there late at night. And then there's the University City area. This part of Charlotte contains the University of North Carolina at Charlotte and is mostly suburban in character. Charlotte also extended their Blue Line light rail to generally parallel Interstate 85 up here. Up next is the northern interchange with I-485. This was actually originally planned to be a large stack interchange and would have been the largest in North Carolina. But the state ultimately went with this turbine design that was significantly cheaper due to less bridges being required. I was actually able to drive this interchange and the final section of 485 when it opened back in 2015. Yep, I'm totally into that kind of stuff, and it's always awesome to be able to check out a new piece of major infrastructure as soon as it opens. After 485, we enter Cabarrus County and Concord, where we have Concord Mills Mall. This mall is actually the busiest tourist attraction in all of North Carolina. It's a smooth 8-lane drive these days, but you should have seen how horrible the traffic was getting out here when 85 was just 4 lanes not too long ago. North Carolina did a really good job of fixing that bottleneck with how they kept the auxiliary lanes from I-485 all the way north to the Concord Mills interchange. Even after leaving Charlotte proper, I-85 maintains 8 lanes of travel far north of here. It lasts all the way through Concord, Kannapolis, and Salisbury, and doesn't drop back to 6 lanes until Lexington, where I-285 departs for Winston-Salem. While on 85, we are headed to Greensboro. Near Archdale, you'll encounter Interstate 74. This is one of those interstates that North Carolina is gung-ho about, but as of now, no other states have bothered to construct any of this I-74 extension that theoretically is to reach the existing portion in the Midwest. In Greensboro, the first thing you encounter is the Greensboro Urban Loop. The old I-85 route into the city is now US 29 and US 70, while I-85 bypasses the city on the loop. Also here is Interstate 73, which technically has a very short wrong-way concurrency with I-85, but the two interstates never actually share the same roadway, with I-85 instead weaving between the path of I-73. The Greensboro-Winston-Salem area has the highest density of freeways in North Carolina, and as such has the lightest traffic of its major metro areas. It's always a breeze driving through here, despite it being the route that connects Charlotte and the Triangle. On the eastern side of the loop, I-85 is joined by I-40, and I-785 and I-840 are signed for Danville, Virginia, if you continue north. Once joined by I-40, we are on a lengthy concurrency of 2 major interstates. North Carolina blew this portion out from 4 to 8 lanes back in the 90s and demolished and rebuilt every single bridge. Here, over 30 years later, it still flows well, despite all the growth in North Carolina. Leave it to North Carolina to defeat induced demand. Outside the town of Hillsborough, we see signage for the coming split with I-40 heading to Raleigh and I-85 to Durham. At this point, we are officially in the Raleigh-Durham Triangle area, the second largest metro in North Carolina and home of Research Triangle Park. Most of the lanes will go with I-85, but don't be fooled. Soon after I-40's departure, we drop back to 4 lanes as well. Entering Durham, we do again get those 8 lanes, and you cross the Durham Freeway, which can be used to hop on to US 15501 for Duke University. Or you can continue further down that road for the superior University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. If you're not seeing the pattern yet, North Carolina has very well-built urban freeways, and I-85 is a smooth trip through Durham as well. Then there's yet another auxiliary route, Interstate 885, which along with I-85 and the Durham Freeway, form a sort of beltway around Durham now. After Durham, the action on I-85 in North Carolina finally dies down, and we're back to 4 lanes for the first time since Kings Mountain. Our next control city is Petersburg, Virginia, but you do pass by small towns like Oxford and Henderson along the way. In Henderson, we encounter US 1, which connects with Raleigh to form the connection between Raleigh and the Petersburg, Richmond areas of Virginia. The rest of the trip in North Carolina is pretty quiet, so let's talk about Virginia. Now, in Virginia, it's also quiet, almost too quiet.
I used to take 85 and hit 81 to go up the west side of Virginia.
Stretch of I-85 is noted for its tall trees on both sides of the roadway and in the median, which is notorious for all of the access drives built in the median for state troopers to hide out in. With this type of cover, it's difficult to spot them until it's too late, so watch your speed. This section is also pretty painful to drive at night, and it has seemingly endless miles of identical scenery. Tunnel vision can set in if you're even somewhat fatigued. After perhaps the most painful 60-mile stretch of interstate in Virginia, we finally reached the Petersburg area, and the railway offers some different scenery. This section in Petersburg was formerly a part of the Richmond-Petersburg Turnpike. You'll see overhead signs for I-95 and US 40 to Rocky Mount and Norfolk, while I-95 North takes you to Richmond. And what remains of I-85 drops down to one lane and merges into I-95 en route to Richmond.
Ooh,
There
I
is
know
no
right where
end
that
sign
is.
for I-85, but this marks the end point of this major interstate. And we are now on I-95, headed for Richmond, DC, Baltimore, New York, and Boston. All right, guys, that is it for Interstate 85. So now back to the original question posed by the video. Why is Interstate 85 the most important in the South? When it comes to the South, Interstate 85 just hits more of the significant areas of the South than any other interstate. Outside of the Texas and Florida metros, it's covering the most prominent areas. Maybe only Nashville is left out. Whereas, as we discussed with 95, you're only hitting Florida in the South. And if you talk about Interstate 10, you're really only hitting Jacksonville, Houston, and San Antonio. So all things considered, Interstate 85 is the main highway of the South. And that is all for today. Thanks for watching as always, and I will see you on the next one.
It's pretty interesting. I'll have to visit his site more often. So I just have one more thing to cover before I sign off. I just got this news alert, and I'll cover it more in the morning. According to the New York Times, and actually one or two other alerts I got, the U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter in reading clouded by messy trade data. So it's going to be interesting to see the Trump administration's reaction to this. So I think it's, if I recall, it's 2 quarters of contraction equals a recession. So we'll see how this turns out. Yeah, I'm glad y'all enjoyed that. It's pretty chill. Kind of looking at places I've driven before. So I definitely appreciate his work. Just driving all those areas means he's putting a lot of effort into it. And I even like the way he narrates. Pretty chill, pretty pleasant. Nice to listen to. So everybody, make sure you hit the like button. I have not been saying that throughout this broadcast like I should have been. So hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I'd appreciate it. Not too much going on over there, though. All these lives go there, but I haven't been a little remiss in doing my little video essays. But I'll probably try and get back on it in the next month. And I should be here overnight. I think it's planned for 3:45 tomorrow morning. And make sure that you support your hosts. Including me. It's getting close to the weekend, so it's time to beg for beer money. Make sure that you support our executive producer. Yeah, me too. I oddly enough, I get his videos every now and again, but it never subscribed to his channel. So I'm glad you did that, Sagat. And let's see what else. Make sure you support Portia. She is the mad scientist who set me loose on you folks, much to your benefit, I'm sure. And morning roast comes up at noon, so make sure you tune in to see what Universal, John, and HB are up to. I'm sure that it will be a wild ride as usual. And everybody have a good day. I actually had a good time with y'all, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk, twerk.